And we're live. Okay, welcome everyone to another session of DC Adventures Midnight City. And last time we left off with we left the session off with all the characters being in the Disposable Heroes Diner. Finally, everyone taking part in eating some of the delicious food, and with pretty much only plans in the air at this point about going onward after the dining is done to go on their latest mission that's been laid out in front of them about going to meet with the Throwaways gang, the only gang in town, pretty much at least the most of the sort of a gang that you can actually go and have a formal discussion with, or a dialogue with, where they won't shoot first and ask questions later. But still, we're in the diner. Everybody's around the table in the booth. Tommy is still behind the staff-only doors that are, a little bit, crept open with the light emanating from from behind the doors there. There being no one besides the long swords right now sitting in the booth with Mr. Brick, Guy Liam, and Manny sitting around the table. Some of Manny at least smoking a cigarette intensely, while everyone else has finished with their meal right at this point. So there you are, and what's going on around the table at that time?
I'm kind of hanging in my booth like, oh, that was good. Oh, I couldn't eat, well, maybe just one piece of pie, just one more, and then I'm completely stuffed.
What about the rest of you?
Sorry about that. Geist is going to be finishing up his tea that he has, and eating the last bits of his gyro. Of course, as always, Geist does not take off his mask when he eats. Very slow and methodical as he puts it underneath of his mask and takes bites as he does. Yeah, I told you, Liam. It was delicious. Best food in town.
Well, that's not saying a lot at this point anymore, but even if there was a steady flow of stuff coming in here, man, that was delicious. I don't know how human meat tastes like, but I'm sure this is in it.
Mr. Brick is shoving the last of half a chicken in his mouth. It's much better than the paste they gave me when I was a child.
You ate paste when you were a child? Like toothpaste?
No, paste. Morning paste, lunch paste, dinner paste. Didn't you have it when you were a kid?
No. Well, I mean, we had caviar, but it wasn't really good. I didn't like it that much, but I wouldn't call it paste.
Caviar?
Yeah, the little eggs thingy. It's disgusting. I don't like it.
No. Takes another big bite. It was okay. I got it in the morning, got it at lunch, got it at dinner. You don't have that? As he turns to Geist, like looking at him, hoping that he'll probably say he did.
Geist turns to you and his quiet visage, and as he does, he says, "Sorry, Mr. Brick. I did not eat paste growing up, but then again, very few people were raised in a laboratory. Well," and he begins like tapping his finger on the table as he does, and he looks up at you. "Well, there were a few heroes that I knew of that were raised in labs. If they were around.
Rick drops his chicken and stares like intently at you. Yeah.
Pump Chunk. He was mostly in a lab for a good while when he was undergoing his surgery.
Pump Trunk. That was the guy with the elephant thing, right?
Yes.
Pump Trunk. Oh man.
Manny is just smoking his cigarette, not paying too much attention to you guys. Just kind of looking straight ahead and just smoking.
So, not that I'm not content sitting here, but should we do something?
Well, if we're all done here eating, then I suggest we get started with our mission right away. We'll need to visit the throwaways and negotiate safe passage, as it were.
Safe passage to where?
Hold on, let me think here. We were trying to get to
A ruined lab facility. The ruined lab facility
yes,
at Silverstream, the former member of a very long ago iteration of the Bucklers, was a part of, who pretty much single-handedly dismantled the entire group's reputation before it was kind of resurfaced when reality television became famous, and a Bucklers reality TV show, came about, and that's around the time that Captain Phantom came to the group. But long before that, like something like 15 to 20 years ago, the Bucklers team was pretty much disbanded after an incident where an entire lab facility and an entire city block around it was destroyed by Silverstream, who had since disappeared only after something like, it was just freshly released in the Prelude session, like 5 years ago in the time of the world of Midnight City. She had published a book after a long seclusion about the incident, but she has since gone, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and the book was nothing but, this kind of paranoid, religiously kind of fueled, but this kind of like nutcase, ramblings about what happened. So it was more of a character study on her than account on what really went down there, But it's a place where some sort of research that's very similar to the findings you made in Ironside's warehouse with the huge tubes for people to fit in, kind of tied into. So that was a place that Tanya Vasilievich, your leader, told you to go and check out whenever you have the time, and that she would get a hold of you if or once the truck carrying this kind of load from Ironside's facility would start to move because of the tracer that Mr. Brick placed on it, that she has, a monitor of.
So safe passage to where?
the lab facility that we have to visit is located within the throwaways territory.
Ah.
We have to meet with them and ensure we have permission before we proceed any further.
Well, I say we have Mr. Brick do all the talking because he's a smooth talker. I like tap him on the shoulder like, yeah, you go, man.
Thanks, Liam. I'll do all the talking if you want. Kind of perks up, stands a little taller.
Yes, well, if that's how you wish to do it.
How much do you want to do it, guys? You're the boss.
Yeah, and you do have an awesome voice, guys, because that had to be said.
He turns to you, and of course, there's a silent visage through his cowl, unreally aware of any kind of emotion that he's really showing. Turning and looking towards the both of you.
As he doesn't look at me, and as he kind of looks at Mr. Brick, my hand kind of goes into my pocket, and like this smile appears in like this face appears on his mask, like smiling from ear to ear.
Guys, and you feel like he turns, looks at Liam. Liam, he's smiling.
Yeah, I know he's smiling. He's a great guy.
What are you talking about? And he turns and he looks around and he catches his own reflection in the mirror, in the glass of the diner that we're sitting next to, and he sees that, and while his hands are underneath the table, they kind of ball up into a fist a little bit. And, please remove that, Liam.
Oh, I kind of spit and I kind of move towards his mask, and I have the image disappear. Like, there you go. That's much better.
Just shakes his head. Well, I'm full here. If anyone else is done, I suggest...
You're muted.
I'm sorry about that. Well, if everyone's done here, I suggest we get going. Otherwise, well, let's just say our opportunity to meet with the throwaways will be a very precarious one.
Let's do it.
Okay.
And with that, he's gonna head on out and head to the Black Cat.
Okay. Manny gets up along with everybody else and kind of dumps his cigarette there, and yeah.
I quickly grab a pen and write down, "Thanks a lot. Meal was great. See you later."
Okay. As you're about to leave, after writing the note and all that, you still see as your final step, going outside the diner, you do see that from behind the staff-only doors, Tommy does shuffle out, and you can see that he's taking off gloves, and he has like gloves that have all sorts of like the fingers are all black and full of like little like holes and all that, like from most likely sparks of some kind, and he's just taking them off in order to take a new the cigarette pack from his breast pocket there.
I kind of have the door in my hand as I kind of just have one foot outside the door, and I'm looking at him and say, "Oh, now you just tested me." I just kind of close the door behind me and just follow the others.
Okay. Well, Oh, sorry. I got distracted like a base animal again when the players write their little text there. But yeah, sorry about that. Everybody goes to the Black Cat, and yeah, it does lift off like every time, like just Manny just pushing buttons and grabbing the steering wheel and just and it goes up. And while it goes up, there is no God as you converse with one another.
So, guys, just so I'm clear, we're gonna go try to get access to a laboratory, right? But
Yes,
what are we gonna do when we get there? I mean, no offense, but none of us really look like the laboratory kind of guys who are going to realize and know what we're actually seeing there.
Well, Liam, if you remember yesterday, Mr. Brick here found evidence of some form of laboratory testing that was being done. The only other major laboratory that we know of was located in the Throwaways district, and Mr. Brick alluded to that there could be more. If they are doing experimentations and possibly creation of metahumans, it will be to our advantage to find that out now. Yes, you are correct. We are not scientists. However, any evidence that they have of any human tampering will be quite easy to see there. It's
I
good to
don't know.
get
You
these
could
things
go
out of the
to
way.
simulations on computers.
Simulations would still prove that they are trying their best to simulate new metahumans. This will be a problem. It will
You
be a
know how to hack
paradigm shift.
computers?
No. However, it wouldn't be so hard to pry the information out. I think our esteemed driver here has some technical skills of his own. As he looks over at Manny.
Sorry, what did I miss?
We want to know if Manny has the skills to hack a computer.
Okay. Manny kind of turns his head and kind of nods a little bit, like just kind of nods his head down, but doesn't like nod it back up, just kind of like without saying anything, and turns back, to the driving.
Works for me.
By the way, what did you guys converse about? Wow.
Geist was telling Liam about why we're visiting the lab, basically saying that from yesterday, Mr. Brick had told us about how he had found evidence of genetic tampering or some sort of experimentation with humans, and so we figured that we would go ahead and visit this lab. That's the only lab that we know of openly, and that's within the Throwaway District. If they are doing experimentation to create new metahumans, it would be paramount for us to discover this lab or possibly even destroy it, because metahumans being created is a huge paradigm shift in the balance of power here.
Yeah. It's still a ruin, though, so it's not like an operational lab at this point, unless somebody's made it operational. You don't know about that, of course. But yeah. Feel free to go on while the trip is commencing.
Well, I'm kind of sitting in my comfortable leather chair, and I'm looking out of the window.
Okay. Is Mr. Brick or Geist doing anything worth mentioning during the trip?
Just quickly, after a couple of minutes, Mr. Brick has taken off the coat that he had put on, and now he's just readjusting the medallions on his wrist, and pulling his finger gloves on, getting ready. And he kind of looks down. He's like, "You don't. They're not going to experiment on children, are they?"
I wouldn't put it past him to do that.
You actually see a momentary glimpse of anger as he kind of just pounds his fist into his other one. He's like, I should have destroyed those pods.
What are those medallions you have around your arm, Mr. Brick?
Oh, you see, like, when you say that, he kind of like covers them up absently with his huge hand, just trying to cover them. He's like, they're just metals. And you can clearly see them. Of course, I got rid of the picture. Basically, what you see is he just has dozens and dozens of St. Christopher medals just hanging off his arm. He looks down at them and jingles them a little bit. And he says, no. They just represent children that I needed to help. And he kind of just scratches his head. I'm sure. But they're okay now. I mean, as best they can be.
What? They're dead?
No, God, oh, no. No, they're fine. Or last I left them, they were fine. Their fathers or mothers passed away abruptly. And I felt it was my need to take care of them.
Wait a minute. You have you have a network of children working for you? What?
Oh, no, they don't work for me. I help. When their parents died, I had to help them because I might have been accidentally responsible for them.
I think what Mr. Brick is alluding to, Liam, is that he takes care of orphans. Is that correct, Mr. Brick?
Um, yeah, I take care of orphans, like Geist.
Ah. Uh, so where they at?
All over the city.
Hmm. Sweet. And you like make sure they have food and that sort of stuff, or what?
I I provide them with money. I don't have any food.
How
I
do you
just
have? How do you get money?
um I used to do stuff, and there was one lady. She gave me the money because I did stuff for her. I don't. Did you? Are we at the throwaway place yet? Maybe the could be is the lab Geist just had something he wanted to tell you, Liam. And you see, he kind of just turns his body, kind of, and looks out the window, the little porthole on the side.
Yeah. As as your trip has prolonged, when you turn to look outside the windows and all that, you do notice that you've clearly arrived to a new place in the city. Because the things that you notice as you're flying above the areas there is that there's very little people outside. You don't notice almost any people outside. Anybody walking there, anybody driving there, anybody sitting on a street corner or anything like that. But instead, and you don't notice too many lights in windows or anything. But what you notice instead of that, you notice that hey, weren't those baboons on the rooftop there? Weren't those vultures? Is that a tiger? This kind of thing. There's almost as if there's been like some sort of a zoo breakout or something like that. There's all sorts of exotic wild animals roaming around in the streets. Kind of not like it's not like there's animals everywhere, but they're very scattered around. But you do notice that hey, every time you kind of fly past one, you definitely notice when you see an exotic animal somewhere.
Guys, why are there a lot of animals around? Wait, is that a giraffe? What the?
This did used to be a part of the downtown district that housed the local zoo. I didn't actually think about that for a while, but it looks like it went into disrepair since then. The animals went scurrying away and managed to survive so far. It's probably a good reason why not too many homeless people are found in this sector. Some of the larger game animals have been a problem, to say the least.
Wait, you're saying there's lions and stuff loose here?
Unconfirmed reports of large cats, to be precise.
Holy crap!
We should we could get a cat.
Yeah, but not a lion. Wait, Mr. Brick, you're okay with like kind of keeping dangerous animals off of us, right? By just throwing them far away?
Whoa, what? I'm throwing. Why would I throw the animals?
Well, because they might bite us and eat us.
They're not gonna bite us.
Well, no, they break their tooth on you, but on me, they'll think I'm scrumptious.
Oh, I won't let anything hurt you, Liam.
Good, good.
Okay. As the black cat arrives closer to the base of the throwaways, which was described to you by Tanya Vasilievich as exactly what you see in front of you through the windows, as the black cat is starting to kind of brake, put the brakes on and starting to decrease in altitude a little bit, just kind of what you see is you hear, of course, first you hear this kind of motorbike, this kind of Harley sounds, this kind of and when you come down, you see as the side door kind of like opens to the side. you see in front of you a giant, like 3-story shopping mall, and you can see that the basically the front of it says, like in these neon letters, it says the castle. And it's like this, like in all around you, it's like this kind of, very much like this. There's a nice, or rather the remnants of a nice park very close by, but it has that, you can see from just looking at the architecture of a lot of the buildings there, you can see that it's very much a ghetto and very much like, the projects and this kind of Compton kind of, place, but there in front of you, there's the giant shopping mall that you can hear muffled, very loud music coming from inside it, like all the way in the distance, while you can hear like bikers, like kind of driving around it with burning barrels here and there, around it. You can see pretty much bums and homeless people and all that kind of surrounding the castle there with their shopping carts, or just laying on the ground or whatnot, just with a blanket over them, leaning on a corner or something like that, or drinking or something like that. And it's just like this kind of the music in the background, kind of muffled, and with the burning barrels and the bikers, and on top of that, there is a stand with a guy on a microphone just yelling out like make your way to the castle, make your way to the safety behind the walls of the castle. The throwaways will provide you with protection, they will provide you with security, they will provide you with sustenance, and they will provide you and your families with a future. In this town, there is no future anywhere but the, kind of like, this kind of speech, just kind of trying to get people in, type of thing, as you're standing there, basically. As the black cat has kind of come down, you can see that Manny has like again pressed a couple of buttons and looks like he's planning on staying inside the vehicle to look after it.
Manny, is this black cat thing bugs free? Like, can people put tracers on it and that sort of stuff?
He kind of turns to your direction and kind of like shrugs and kind of like does that kind of thing.
Oh, great.
Oh my God, Liam! We forgot your mask.
Damn! Ah!
Can you hide your face somehow?
Good point. Yeah. I create out of thin air like this really tiny thing that just goes around my eyes. It's like, yeah, that's much better. All right.
Okay. Sure you don't want something more? He kind of like he moves his big cowly thing.
No, that's your thing, man. I mean, you guys already rocking the entire face thing, so I just need to be a bit different.
Guy said this time he's going to keep walking while they're doing all that, and he heads right up to the closest guy he can find that's a part of the throwaways.
Okay, guys, as you step out of the black cat, Manny looks into your direction and does this just to make sure that you know that he's within radio reach.
As he does that, I just give a quick little acknowledgement with his fingers like that, and he walks forward. And as he does, he sees probably the town crier, if you will, of a man that's up there. He'll head up to him, and he just looks straight up at him as he's on his little soapbox and goes, "Inform your leaders that we wish permission to move through the city."
As you arrive to him, he's saying that he's about in the middle of yelling stuff. He's in the middle of saying stuff like the fascists up north don't care about you. The disenfranchised are all welcome in the castle walls. Within the castle walls, the throwaways will look out for you because the throwaways are just like you. And when you come there, he's kind of like hey, what you want, boy? He's just he's like this greasy bearded guy with a long hair and a bald spot in the middle and with a collared shirt. He's like come on in, pussy lovers. But of course saying a different thing.
Yes. Well, inform your leaders that we wish to have permission to move to your sector of the city.
Leaders? I ain't got no leaders, boy.
You have to have some form of hierarchy. Who's the person that runs you all? A gang doesn't just walk around with no leader.
I ain't no part of no gang. I'm just telling the truth as it is.
So you have no connection or affiliation with the throwaways, yet you be a town crier for them.
Throwaways, boy. You just go inside the castle walls. Like everybody else. Everybody's welcome inside the castle walls. And it continues on his spiel.
He gets a little annoyed at this level of bureaucracy already, and he just walks on by silently. And then starts to head his way inside.
Okay. What about the rest of you?
Yeah, we finished our talk with the...
Geist will... Hold on real quick. Geist will turn around and kind of gesture a little bit with his hands towards you two. As he walks forward.
As we finished our talk about the mask, I kind of look and see guys like already out of the car and on his way over there, and as he just kind of gestures over here, they're like, "Oh, the master wants us to come quickly." I just get out of the car and just head over there.
Okay. What about Mr. Briggs?
Going, who's master? What?
Nothing. Just go with it.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. As soon as you guys exit the Black Cat, the side door again slides closed, just and it flies off.
Thank you.
So yeah, it flies off, and there you are. You see that Geist has already walked past the guy on the soapbox, and you're walking to that direction as he's going, that no fascists will be allowed within the castle walls, but all the disenfranchised, all the proletariat, all you workers, all you poor, all you starving, all you cold, you're all welcome within these castle walls. Just walk in, get nourished, get clothed, get yourself accommodations, get everything you need, because it's all here. Yeah, and all that sort of stuff.
Are there a lot of people here? Because I'm assuming there is.
Yeah, there's kind of low lives around, and where there's kind of people just kind of with their Harleys or something just kind of driving past. There's the burning barrels here and there, and there's mostly bums around. Nothing too much beyond that, except for one thing on a lamppost. Liam is the only one who notices it, but Liam notices that on a lamppost there is a very familiar-looking eagle owl looking down at you.
I look at it and I kind of go I wink at it and I kind of go and I walk on.
Okay.
As I pass the crier, I just kind of wave to him and say hi, and then just keep going.
He doesn't pay any attention to you guys. So, his eyes will, of course, look that way, but it doesn't change his spiel at all.
He seems nice, Liam.
I think he is a really nice person. I mean, just going through all this effort. Wow.
Why is Geist running?
Is he running? I just look up what?
He's way up there.
I don't know. He's in a hurry, I guess.
Okay, we should catch up to him. Last time we left him alone, he got hurt.
Absolutely. He is no good without us. I kind of quicken my pace and kind of try to catch up with Geist.
Okay. Well, Mr. Brick doesn't have to do anything to hasten his pace. His bounds are already so.
7 mile boots,
I
like
just I do stay protectively close to Liam, like closer than I would normally stand to most people. Probably within like my arm's reach, which is probably like 4 feet or so at all times.
Liam seems strangely comfortable with that. He's like, yeah, okay.
Okay. Well, as the three of you start to close in on the front doors of the castle, you start to hear, of course, the muffled music that's, of course, coming from inside is getting louder and louder, and you see all these kind of bums just kind of, rubbing their hands. Some of them just, drinking and. All these kinds of things, some of them just kind of laying down on the ground and all these. But most of the bums are very like with half melting brains type of bums. They're not like your average homeless person under a bridge, because most why wouldn't they go into shelter inside or something like that. These are mostly the kind of people who are like kind of out there mentally, already too far in their alcoholism or whatever it is. They're kind of just kind of these kind of shaky, mumbly, drooly kind of types.
And so as Geist begins walking, and with Liam and Mr. Brick catching up in tow, that we hear those footfalls of leather against that mall floor. We see the barrels burning, homeless, warming themselves. He walks past each of them. He turns his head and looks at them all, each of them one by one. His silent visage, unjudgmental behind that mask of utter death as he watches them all. Eventually coming across an individual that is not like the others, perhaps member of the Throwaways, or at least that's what he hopes. As he approaches this individual, he walks up and, with his hands in his pocket, very casual, he simply stops in front of him. Are you with the Throwaways?
You said not like one of the drooling bums or something like that, like somebody else.
Well, it's someone that looks obviously more competent. That looks like like a type that's like walking around with like a vest and stuff. He's probably got like a pipe in his hand,
Okay, like one of the bikers, like just standing there and just doing something, like smoking a cigarette or something. He looks at you dumbfounded. He kind of looks at first at you with this kind of like question, like, huh, like this kind of confused look. But when he sees that there's an entire group of you, he kind of like realizes, like, oh, like all through facial expressions. And when you say that, he's kind of like, are you fucking high?
No, but I am getting rather impatient. Where can I speak to the Throwaways?
Inside. What the fuck? And he just kind of turns away to walk off.
And as he does, he like turns to Liam and Mr. Brick, and then he just kind of shakes his head and goes, "We're already inside the damn building, or inside this place. Fuck, damn it."
Oh, you went inside?
Yeah, we were. Yeah, he went inside the place.
Oh, sorry. I completely, for some reason that kind of flew by my head. Sorry. Oh, yeah, of course. I'll describe it when you come inside. Sorry, that never happened. Sorry. As you come in, you see that the kind of the sliding doors of the mall, just kind of slide open. The music gets louder and louder. It's this kind of metal music. It's actually Ledger Bitch by Jenny Torturers outside inside the building, and there's strobe lights and all sorts of these kind of like nightclub kind of lighting going on there, with this, like, it's very dark, but there's like a red hues, green, like laser like lights here and there, and strobe lights here and there, with like mist, going on in the floors and stuff. And when the second pair of like these sliding glass doors opens, you just and you hear the music like full blast. It's as loud as in a nightclub or something. And you don't see too far from the door because your eyes have just like gotten used to the kind of neon light show that's going on inside. Of course, the colors that I described right there are not existent. Of course, it's all like just bright, pale grays or darker grays or something like that. But when you step in, the first person you see is no biker telling you to fuck off or anything like that. The first person you see is someone Geist recognizes, and because of Geist's introduction, the two of you, Liam and Mr. Brick, recognize as well, because what you see first is something that lays heavy footsteps, just... You see someone who is not as big as Mr. Brick, though, but very close to it. You see a very muscular human figure with this gray skin, these, like very muscular upper body, lower body, being clothed in like black jeans that are torn from the knees and like army boots and stuff like that, and the upper body filled with scars here and there, with very large like hands with like wristbands like there, and from shoulders up, a bull's head, and it's not just a bull's head. It looks like the head of a bull's carcass that's been like put on somebody's head, where the mouth is like half opened, the eyes are kind of like semi-bulged out, the horns are there, and guys can easily recognize that this is somewhat of a changed in appearance version of the Black Bull, the person whose hologram you ignited in the training room that you described to your friends there. As tough son of a bitch. Someone who Pump Trunk always had trouble taking down. But here he is, Black Bull, as basically the doorman standing there with you remember him pretty much as this Minotaur-like person, this muscled-out huge man with a bull's head. But now the bull's head looks kind of like a zombie-ish bull's head. Not overly grotesque, but still not like you don't see its eyes blinking. You don't see its nostrils flaring. You don't see its mouth moving. And the human body is filled with like scars, and it looks all rugged, and it looks like it's hard as stone, even though it's of course muscle and all that. And he just kind of like walks in front of you, and just you can hear the and you can see the mist coming like its nostrils, just and looking down at you without its eyeballs really moving too much. And you can hear from its throat, right around the area where a human mouth would be if this bullhead would be a mask on top of someone. And it does look like a mask, though it looks more like those Egyptian gods who are just from the neck up animal, But it's weird that way. But you can hear from its throat somehow this very like booming, this kind of foghorn-ish kind of like brrr, this kind of voice saying, looking at you and saying, "What are you doing here?" It's just coming in, its nostrils flaring.
We seek permission to go through your city sector.
And it just... I do not decide on that. Our leader does. But fascists are not welcome here.
We're not fascists. We're part of the Longswords. Now, please take us to your leader so that we may discuss terms of passing through this sector.
As you're standing there, you can see that a bum with like a bottle of, like just the bare minimum of, booze left in it, kind of waddles in through the doors. And as he comes in, you can see that Black Bull turns to him and just nods, like, "Frank, fine. She's in the top floor. You're free to move through." And he steps aside.
He just gives a slight head nod, turns to the other two and nods at them, and then continues on forward.
All right.
I will
Hey,
pause
Though,
them and say, "Hey, thanks, Theseus."
There's just grunts uh, and just without too many words being said.
yeah, when you turn around right before you're about to leave, and when Liam says, "Thanks, Theseus," you notice that Mr. Brick is now like puffed up as big as he possibly can, and he's kind of like just looking at the guy, and he's like, you can hear him whisper under his breath, "Tough son of a bitch." And then as you guys stop moving, he kind of like follows behind you, but keeping an eye on that guy.
Yeah. Okay. When you come past him, basically, and your eyes kind of orientate to your surroundings that you're inside the castle now. In the first floor here, it's kind of a caricature of a video arcade, basically. It's kind of like a nightclub with the music blaring full blast, the lighting being turned way down at the same time, having all these strobe lights and these laser lights and these smoke machines and all that. It has that kind of a techno club meets and video arcade kind of feel. You can see kids of all ages walking around smoking cigars and cigarettes and drinking beers and all these kinds of things. And you can see video game consoles and arcade machines all around everywhere, where kids are playing, like you can hear like the music and this kind of, just noises. And you can see like in the middle of that kind of thing there where kids are like smoking and drinking, they're riding skateboards on ramps that are filled with like graffiti here and there. You can see on benches, kids of like 13 or something like that, making out and all this kind of. It's kind of like this 12 to 13-year-olds kind of hedonistic kind of a place where there's these kind of kids of all ages doing these hypercharged adult things while also engaging in video games and these kind of childish things as well. There's all sorts of catering everywhere. There's all sorts of benches and couches and all these kind of things everywhere. There's kind of all these kind of mesh, these kind of little chain link fence pieces here and there, kind of separating arcade areas from catering areas, and the catering areas are like these kind of fast food aisles, as well as these snack slots with like all sorts of soda and beer dispensaries and all that. It's very much like this over the top kind of kind of lost bad kids kind of getaway paradise, type of place, and it's that kind of place where those kind of things are going on. And you also see bums kind of shuffle here and there, and when you're gonna walk through the first floor there, you can see that some areas are more places where kids hang out, and this kind of like out of control youngsters and juveniles engaging in all sorts of hedonistic pleasures of the flesh, that the kind of age group engages in, not in like sexual stuff too much. Like there's kids like making out and stuff, but it doesn't go overboard or anything like that. Not that there's too many people like supervising or anything like that. And there's also areas where bums gather more. There's like clearly like corners where there's like a large gathering of bums who are all like laying there drinking their heads off and all that sort of stuff, where the music is not perhaps blaring that loud or something like that. But the first floor is completely made out of kids and bums. That's pretty much the first floor, but there's escalators going to the second floor from here on in, and the escalators, there's like a glass ceiling between the first and second floor, except for where the escalator goes up. So most likely a lot of this music and light shows and stuff doesn't show up in the second floor quite as much. But yeah, it's like this. If you think of like Pinocchio or something like that, where they go to smoke cigars and play pool and all that. It's like that, but on steroids, And there you are, Also, something that you see when you walk there, you see that on one far end on one of the corridors and stuff, you just see like on the corner of your eye, you see another really muscled up kind of like this orcish kind of body structured guy who's clothed from the waist down but not on the upper body, who also has this pasty white dead flesh looking kind of like not that you really make that out too much because everything is black and white, but who also has from the neck up in the exact same way as Black Bull had this head that looks exactly like a tarantula with the 8 eyes and with the huge like hairy like the mandibles there, who also just kind of looks around and just kind of walks around the corridors, just kind of looking around, almost like some sort of a guard or some kind of security personnel, just kind of like. He's not as tall or huge as Black Bull was, but he's still like menacing looking,
Do we actually pass him, or is he just in the distance?
He's in the distance. He's far away. You just notice him.
I follow Geist.
I don't like this place, guys. These kids.
What did you say, Mr. Brick? I can't hear you. We have that back.
I don't like this place. The kids should be with their family.
Not too many people have a place to go in the city, Mr. Brick.
Oh, but they shouldn't. They're gonna get sick.
Little for us to do about it now, Mr. Brick. At least here they're off the streets. And he continues to walk. He continues to walk forward, though he is quite annoyed with all this noise and stuff. Of course, he too has the similar concerns as Mr. Brick. However, realizing the dire state that the city has been in, he pretty much thinks that this is pretty much a better place for them to be in. Though he does take interesting note of this. One thing in his mind, a little cynical thought that kind of crosses his mind as he thinks, well, we have ourselves here another Neverland Ranch, huh? Right here in the city. As he makes his way to those elevators and stuff, he takes note of the other guy back there with the tarantula head, and then he thinks to himself, Black Bull as well. Thought he was dead. Huh. Perhaps there's even more than we thought. Damn. As he hits that elevator.
There's no elevator. There's an escalator, actually.
I'm sorry, the escalator.
Yeah. Okay. Well, everybody, since everybody's following Geist and Geist is going to the escalator, everybody's going to the escalator. And as the escalator moves forward, you do notice that after you go past that that glass ceiling space, the music downstairs that's more like the high tempo, like metal music and stuff like that, it kind of muffles out, and the place you arrive in is more of a there's an entire like tonal shift there. It's like complete different worlds as you arrive upwards. You notice that there's fountains that are like squishing around. There's or squirting around, like there's all sorts of there's like Greek antiquity like statue recreations here and there. There's everything is very clean. You see that you're surrounded by like hair salons and restaurants and all that. You see people in these kind of servant tuxedos kind of walking by, with wearing like like with a towel there and a champagne bottle there, just kind of going across you on top of the And there's also music there. The downstairs music is kind of muffled, but here it's like this. There's this, this kind of classical, very very like toned down kind of music here. Where downstairs it was like a party scene. Here, when you arrive here, it's more of a sophisticated, higher class. You know, this kind of it was like the lower class downstairs, and now it's like the upper class, the second story here. As you're like, you see people who are like dressed well, their hairs are done well. They're eating like a steak in a restaurant there where they're being served champagne and all that sort of stuff. There's like servants all around who are like very these kind of like a classic like this British kind of butler like people there. There's like if there would be colors, there would be like golden rims on things, and all these kinds of things. Where downstairs it was very like visceral pleasure in the sense of like this childlike this kind of energy and all these kind of like sugary goodness type of thing. Here on the upper level, it's this kind of other kind of hedonism that's on display there. It's this kind of like this glamorous consumerist to this kind of a thing where it's basically like there's an entire class difference there, though it's pretty much that here it's all like sophisticated adults, while downstairs it was mostly like kids and bums and people like that. So what you see here is more pleasant and easy on the eyes. You see a lot of like you see a woman in a red dress, or something like that walk by. Of course, not in a red dress, but in a dark gray dress, and stuff like that. It's very like it feels very surface-like. It feels very superficial, but it still feels like these people are deriving like hedonistic satisfaction from this kind of setup, kind of thing, And it's very much off the world that Liam is coming from his past.
Wait, guys, can we just stay here for the rest of our lives?
Oh, come on, this is just a facade.
I kind of smile at one of the girls passing by, like, "Hey, how you doing?"
And especially because of your charms and your appearance, even though you have that little mask on, it still doesn't cover so little that people can use their imagination and such. You get flirtatious smiles and these waves as you go by, and you can see like a little extra movement of a hip as they're expecting your eyes to be on them, and glances backwards as they walk by. This kind of you could be a king in here type of thing.
I like this place. It's nice.
It's just another facsimile.
What are you talking about? This place is awesome.
Sorry.
What did you say, Mr. Brick? That kind of was on top of it. So.
No, I just said Mr. Brick just has this perpetual scowl on his face. Anytime a woman starts coming anywhere within like 10 feet, he tends to just kind of back away a little bit. And anytime he sees a man in a suit, it just makes him scowl more.
I look around and I kind of look at Geist. If he's just standing there, I'm gonna go and explore this place.
Okay.
Seeing Liam kind of walk around, he Geist kind of wanders about a little bit, but he makes sure that he keeps a slight V-line, but he walks a little bit slower, knowing that that Liam kind of wants to finagle around a bit, as they say.
Oh, Liam doesn't get 4 feet without Mr. Brick's hand on his shoulder. Where you going, Liam?
Just those girls over there. They need new drinks. I just thought I'd offer them to get some.
No, I know they're dangerous. We should stay together.
Dangerously cute, you mean? Come on, geez, look at them.
That's a deception.
What are you talking about? Hey, girls, how you doing?
The Mr. Brick starts turning him back towards guys. We need to go get our job done. he looks over his shoulder and scowls at the women that you just saw.
I mean, but these girls don't have mud on their faces. Just come on.
It's all fake. They're there
You
to
can
deceive
see,
you.
by the way, as you're kind of like being like, "Urgh," you can see that there's there's a gathering where there's a grand piano that's open, and there's like some sort of someone playing it with like this really expression on their face, just playing it, and they're playing like a Moonlight Sonata or something like that, and just and there's people surrounding him all dressed glamorously, this high class, like tuxedos or dresses and stuff like that, with all sorts of nice looking things, and there's people who are very emotionally attached to the music that's being played. People have like cigarettes on top at the end of those kind of what are those sticks called? Those kind of things, and it's just there's people gathered there. Some are waving like fans, and it's very much like this kind of it just there, and there's like very good looking couches and cushions and all these kind of things to gather around, and there's a servant going around with a dish that has like a little tasty things, and another that goes around with like champagne glasses, and who also walks past Liam and goes offers Liam for a taster from the
I
champagne.
grab one of the glasses.
And he just shuffles off.
Oh God. Oh. Oh. I gotta bring my lips to it and just like breathe in as I just have the liquid beneath my lips and just like, holy shit. Guys, what this place is awesome. We can stay here just
Mr. Brick is just looking down at you, scowling. No, Liam, we have something to do.
Don't worry, Liam. We'll probably have plenty of opportunities to come by and visit.
Something all of you, by the way, also notice that the sheer size of the shopping mall is so huge that all these people that are in both floors and stuff, they make up a huge portion. Not that it's crowded in the sense that it's like you have to shuffle through the corridors, and bumping into people, but it's so big that the amount of people that are here very much explains why there were so many abandoned buildings when you arrived here with wild animals roaming around. It's most likely a lot of people have indeed escaped the everyday misery of Midnight City into this little paradise.
It's a small... It is as the name suggests. It is a fortress against the rest of this world. A sanctuary from the realities of this place. But these people...
You're muted, Roger.
I kind of look at the champagne glass and just kind of put it on the side of like a I don't know, somewhat like a pedestal or something, or a piece of wall where there's some green there. I just put it down and look at it longingly, but let's get the hell out of here.
As you're about to put it down, you can also see that from the crowd who are listening to the grand piano playing and all that, and you can see all the smiling faces in the restaurants and all that. In the back end, behind those people, further down, coming from one of the like the business stations there, that's most likely let's say a clothing store or something. You can see another figure walking out casually. Again, like this muscled out, character who has like upper body completely revealed, but from waist down, just covered in like let's say camo pants with like knee pads and like army boots and stuff like that, with like wristbands or whatnot, and a cobra head. This kind of like with these staring big eyes and this the cowl, type of thing, and just walk out. And that's kind of like when Liam was putting his glass down. It's also this kind of breaking thing where the glitz and glamour, you kind of get reminded that there's something behind it. All when you see a cobra-headed a goon of some sort, walking by, in the distance, who's not making eye contact with you, just kind of walking around.
I just quicken my step to get to the next escalator.
Okay. Is everybody going to the escalator at this point?
Oh yes, most definitely. And of course, as as Liam puts down the glass, he does look over at him and goes, "Well, you can still have a drink, Liam. I figure we are going to be here long enough for that." As he looks around.
After what I went through with the disposable hero, I don't trust drinking this alcohol. But it tastes really good. It smelled really good.
You can get water anywhere.
It's not water, Brick. It's really good. Well, never mind.
This shopping mall has one of the, well, it's the largest in Midnight City. Copious amounts of storages of various items procured across the country. I'm not surprised, but the bubbles, as they were, they won't last for long. Supplies will eventually run out. As he gets to that escalator.
Do you think they have a Tommy too?
Oh, what?
Tommy. Someone to get them stuff.
Ah, yeah. Nah, I don't know.
More than likely they do. But the sheer number of people here and the supply, I don't think it'd be long before they'll be scraping up by the barrel, as it were. Every person you see here walking, they don't come from the richer districts. Common folk, poor, disenfranchised. But here, they can live life in this fantasy, if you will. An escape from the rest of the shithole of the city this is. Not bad of a place. But still, just a facade.
Yeah, right. Let's just get the hell out of here.
He stands on the escalator and, kind of keeps his hands in his pocket as he just looks around.
Okay. When you get to the third floor, you also realize that when you get to the third floor, there is also a selection of music in the background, but it's again this kind of electric music, as in the the bottom floor didn't have electric music. It has like more of a metal music, but it's this kind of it's like electric music that has all sorts of like moan sound effects and these kind of these kinds of like grunts and groans and moans and all these kinds of things. And when you come in there, the first thing that you see is that, first of all, the lighting is kind of dimly lit here and there. There's places where the light is more clearly lit, but the light level is clearly smaller than, for example, in the second floor. And the things that you first see is that there's couches, cushions, beds, mattresses, all these kinds of like this. It looks very much like this kind of Sultan's, pleasure dome kind of thing, where there's just cushions everywhere, this very like soft kind of thing. And the very first, like before your feet even touch the end of the escalator, you see men and women completely in the nude walking past you, wearing like Venetian Mardi Gras masks, and in this very eyes wide shut kind of kind of thing, where it's the third floor seems to have a gimmick of its own as well, where you after a little while looking around, you can see people engaging in all sorts of debauchery and sin when it comes to sex and all this. It's basically a giant harem. It's basically a kind of an orgy porgy kind of a thing where it's very much like a Sultan's. There's kind of cushions everywhere, all these kind of incentives everywhere, these kind of scents in smoke kind of emanating from here and there, and there's you can smell the scents in the air, and you're gonna like there's all sorts of there's all sorts of alcohol available everywhere around you. There's like a mixture of every once in a while seeing these kind of Mardi Gras mask wearing like naked people walking by, or just in this giant like almost like a swimming pool size this area of just cushions just laying on top of one another, and it's a kind of disturbing thing that comes to Geist's head. Is kind of like thinking his nightmare from from last night when all the naked bodies were on top of each other and doing all these suggestive sexual moves that were very like disturbing, and seeing everyone here like also gray people here just kind of like this in in this kind of Thulsa Dooms kind of place where everybody's just on top of one another, just all oiled up and all that stuff, and there's also hints of some sort of like BDSM stuff here and there in another corner or something like that. Like you'll see like chandeliers hanging somewhere, and then in another corner there's like people hanging from like chandeliers, but not like dead people. Like of course like in this BDSM kind of bondage way and all that. So this is very much like the this kind of very like this kind of boundless excess in like this sexual hedonism that's going on everywhere, and it's very much depending on who you are in the group, you will react very differently to seeing all this. But yeah, it's definitely like very much the way like medieval Christians would describe like pagan Rome and all that stuff. It's like this kind of Caligula stuff, this kind of, it's like over the top type of stuff. It's not all the sexual acts or something are over the top. It's more like just the level of how much and how vast this harem is, type of thing,
As Geist looks at all this, his mind does flash back to that nightmare, and it, as with all previous nightmares to ever be had in the past 5 years at Midnight City, it has rendered him completely and utterly, of course, not paralyzed in fear. At some point, there is a slight desensitization that comes, but it never fully goes away. His body tenses up as he sees these people like this. It's not the nudity that offends him. It's what the nudity has reminded him of once more. That dream, that nightmare. But also he thinks of his wife, who is no longer amongst us, no longer amongst the living. He thinks about all the he sees people, getting pleasured and stuff. He just thinks back to all the shitty times he's had to put up with, and a selfish thought crosses his mind. What about me? What do I get? I've spent 5 years trudging around in the dirt of this city for nothing. That nihilistic thought kind of starts to creep inside, and that only tenses him up further. And he closes his fist, and he closes his eyes, but none can see that, as he has the comfort of having a mask to hide behind. And he takes a deep breath before opening up his eyes again, readjusting his mentality, reinforcing that mind of his as he makes his way forward. Of course, not alluding to anything uncomfortable, moving at the same pace as he always does, those boots clacking against the floor as he walks alongside Liam and Mr. Brick. And he looks back to the other two. Well, it appears this place has a little bit of everything.
The floor, by the way, is completely like covered in carpet that has those kind of Indian or Middle Eastern kind of patterns on and all that. Everybody else is walking like barefoot here, so it's extremely like cozy and soft and everything like that.
Holy shit! Can we bring people from the first floor to the second floor? That'd be awesome. Can we?
You'll have to ask them, Liam.
Old boobs.
He kind of just shakes his head as you say that and just kind of turns and begins walking. In his mind, he thinks to himself, well, I'm glad someone is enjoying this place.
I kind of covertly kind of look at Mr. Brick and kind of, well, I mean, he's a huge man, so I have no idea where my head actually kind of reaches according to his height.
John is the judge of that.
Yeah, no, Mr. Brick, I think we wrote him down as 6'10". So I don't know how tall your character is. So.
Oh, that's a good question. I wrote it down in centimeters.
Well, how many centimeters?
He's like 195 centimeters. So he's pretty tall himself.
Oh, you're actually pretty tall then. Yeah, you're pretty close.
So yeah, you're like 6'6", perhaps, something like that.
Oh, okay. Wow. I always imagined like Mr. Brick being way bigger than that. So
yeah,
okay,
but Mr. Brick is around almost 7 feet tall. So it's like you're tall, but Mr. Brick is just giant. Like Mr. Brick is Andre the Giant size, pretty much, and you're more of a. I don't know.
He's a tall basketball player
in terms of height.
Oh, okay. So I kind of look at his chest. I kind of like my eyes kind of dash down for a moment, like because he's wearing this teeny weeny little boxer thingy, and I'm like, is there any reaction going on there, or is it just like he's like blushing and?
No, when you look over first, I mean, you look over at his chest. I'm sure you look into his face, and he seems like blank. He's in some sort of reverie where he's obviously not. He seems lost when you gaze down. There doesn't seem to be any reaction down there at all that you can tell. Immediately, anyways. Who knows later on if there would be one? I don't know.
Good. Let's get moving, guys. Let's get moving. We need to keep this train going.
Yeah, superhero spandex uniforms and boners is like a subject that hasn't been delved into deep enough. We need to.
Oh well. Okay. No.
Yeah, I think we just crossed that border enough where we no need to go further. Okay. Okay.
As you say that, you sort of break Mr. Brick's reverie and from his dream where he was lost and seeing all these sexual and non-sexual acts made him flash back to a time when he was a different person, a person who would go about killing people for someone else as the noose. And he remembers the first time that he was ever with a woman, and it was a reward for the first person that he assassinated for his boss at the time, and she provided him with a woman as well as payment. And it was such an awful experience for him where it's just something that he would never repeat, and in fact never has ever been with, nor wanting to be with anyone since that experience. It just, with his strength isn't quite controllable as much as he should be able to. And even though nothing really poorly, badly happened to the woman in his mind, he still would not want to ever harm someone again. So Seeing all this just blatantly in his face just really just makes him more angry and more pissed off at the world. And as much as seeing Liam just look him up and down, he doesn't even really get that, and he just kind of follows closely to Liam, just pretty much ignoring any statements anyone makes and trying not to just become so overcome with just anger that he just runs ahead to get up to the next escalator to get the fuck out of this place.
Yeah. Well, there isn't another escalator. It's a 3-story building, and you're in the 3rd floor. So somewhere in this floor is the person you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, you probably notice, probably Liam mostly, since he's right next to Mr. Rick, he probably sees him starting to breathe heavy. Like, and he doesn't normally, it takes a lot to bother either, you know. Obviously, I'm not exercising, so why it would cause him to breathe heavy. He's like, he's kind of looking side to side, eyes darting about, looking for, almost like he's looking for a way out to get the hell out of there.
Guys,
Okay, you're muted.
Damn that mute button! I kind of look at Mr. Brick for a moment, and where this floor is quite amusing to Liam. He's like, funny, and but he sees that it's kind of, well, not. He's not sure if it's getting to Mr. Brick, but he's noticed that Mr. Brick is very uncomfortable here and kind of like turning inside out into himself. And he kind of puts his hand in his pocket and just concentrates for a good minute or so. And his brain is going like, because this is not something that he's used to doing, but he just kind of like, all of a sudden this thing starts to form in his hand, and it starts to take shape and kind of becomes this square kind of thing, and all of a sudden Liam has this this comic book in his hand, and he looks at it and kind of raises an eyebrow and kind of looks at the front and like, yeah, kind of shrugs and decides that it will have to do, and he kind of like, he looks at Mr. Brick and says, "Here, I brought this for you." I kind of hand him a comic book.
Okay. As everything is going on in there, like let's say, like people still like are just starting to move around or something like that, and you have the time to actually like really like spend time, you know, paying attention to it and all that, you can pretty much conjure up as a construct pretty believable, you know, comic book. It's most likely going to be pretty generic in terms of a comic book, as it is a construct, and it's you know, made to distract someone rather than, you know, like being your, you know, your heart's work, your career making comic, you know.
Exactly.
But,
no, it's just
yeah.
it's just a really basic, very standalone kind of thing where it's just filled with superhero moments.
Do you have anything that you want to mention that Mr. Brick would find from it? Any superhero silliness or antics or anything?
No. Well, it'll probably have Captain Phantom in it.
Oh, okay, cool.
And Mr. Brick, of course. And so they both kind of stand. It probably starts where Mr. Brick and Captain Phantom both stand on this rooftop, and they say like, "Well, the city's safe again." And all of a sudden, you hear like these huge letters go like, "Ah!" And they're like, "No, we have to save her!" And they both like kind of jump off this roof, and the adventure starts from there.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, Mr. Brick, you are now being handed a comic by Liam that depicts on the cover you as well as Captain Phantom. This is beyond, like, as a comic collector, and especially as a fan of Captain Phantom, like, what? This exists? What? Like, you know, like, yeah, that's thrown in front of your face.
Yeah, immediately. At first, his reaction is to swat it away, as he's just caught up with wanting to get the hell out of there, that he stops and he sees it. And he's like, you know, he sees Captain Phantom, and he sees himself on the cover, and he's like, he just kind of reaches out, gingerly holds the comic in front of him, and he's like, Liam, where did you get this? He's like, I'm on, I'm in the comic. She's just holding it really close to his face, blotting out everything around him.
I just kind of grab his arm and kind of let him read it while I'm guiding him through this place and kind of just follow Geist to wherever he's going.
Yeah, he's like it's very childlike. He just follows you, almost instinctively, staying close to you, anyways. But yeah, with your guidance, he easily just follows. Keeping the comic book up in front of him, as much to hide it as his wonderment that he's inside a comic. He's just amazed at the beautiful pictures that you've created and images of him and Captain Phantom, his favorite of all superheroes, the one that everyone should emulate.
All right, cool. Well, is Geist being the one who's kind of leading the charge again, or is
Oh yes, He's going to be walking through there. Of course, he's everyone's all nude, getting their thing on one way or another with their Mardi Gras masks on. Some of them with a little bit more of a goblin-like appearance, with long noses and feathers sticking out and such. This very masquerade ball, if you will. And of course, everyone's walking around like that. And some of them even have jewelry and stuff to accentuate themselves as their glistening bodies in the dimly lit halls. It is definitely a sight to see. He stops for a moment and looks about and thinks, where would the leader be? He thinks to himself, But he does keep an eye open for any of the goons.
okay?
Yeah.
Something to also mention that the walls are also covered in these large portraits, these large oil paintings of sex acts, of course, and beautiful women and men, in the nude and all that. It's very much like that. But as you're kind of looking around and trying to find one, after a while you do notice one. You notice that since it's kind of dimly lit, you see like a large silhouette where you see silhouettes of people like on one another. You see someone who towers them quite heavily, and also in terms of width, and you can see this black silhouette kind of walking closer and closer to your direction from one of the hallways. And when he comes under one of the lights, you can see into in this kind of kind of reaction. You can see that that it's again like this muscled up character with like the bottom section of his body from waist down, covered in clothes, but the upper part just just this monstrous, and from the neck up, it's the head of a mole rat. This hairless rat with like single hair sticking here and there, and whiskers poking here and there, and the giant teeth just looking like they're protruding out of its mouth, and it looks like it's in constant pain with these small beady eyes, but it looks incredibly gross, and as it comes there, but it also looks very intimidating because it's so muzzled up, and it just walks, aiming to walk past you through the corridor.
As he does, Gaius holds up a hand. Pardon me for a moment. Where may I find your leader on this floor?
And he kind of turns to your direction with the head kind of whipping there, just kind of like a little drain of drool, just kind of, and it looks at you and says, "She's there," and points to one of the corners there, deeper in the section that's not lit too much. Although from the direction you see like a little light emanating from the distance, which is exactly where he's pointing.
Right, thanks. And with that, he kind of walks past, and notions for the other two to follow.
I lead Mr. Brick onward, and I kind of go like, cool, we're going to meet Kim Possible.
You hear smashing through the wall, destruction everywhere. And he falls behind you.
Reading the comic. Okay. As you guys walk past the corridor, you again, see all this stuff that's happening around you. All these, all these, acts of physical hedonism around you, as you're walking past them. And you notice that in the corner there opens a little section of its own that's not covered in cushions or anything, which is a small bar. There's the bar table there, and and there's a bartender behind it. Just this average, wearing a collared shirt with a tight black vest and a bow tie, just kind of doing their bartending thing. There's nobody at the bar. There's bar stools all around it, and there's no tables except for one. In the very corner of the building, there's as the corner goes there, the entire wall of this or the walls of this little section of a bar are mirrors. And on the corner there's a table that's filled with all kinds of food items and all that. And there's like couches, two couches that are like pointing so that the corner and the couches make like this little section of their own. And on one of the couches, you spot that there's someone sitting there with her back towards you guys and her face towards the corner to the mirrors, so that she can see behind her. And you can see like the back line of her, like she's crouched forward, and you can hear these kind of munching sounds and stuff. But you can see also the bartender with the pencil-thin mustache and all that, like, yes, just kind of wiping the desk there, or the bar itself, and with a large selection of drinks behind him, colored by like neon light colors and all that, and a little fountain there and all that, with the water flowing and all that, and yeah, you can see a figure there on the couch.
As Geist walks in, he can smell the various perfumes wafting in from outside. Of course, it is the fumes of sex, but is also the fumes of various oils and other pleasant-smelling things wafting in the air. And that follows him in the trail as he walks in, his foot slightly padding along this nicely laid-out carpet on this very fancy floor. He sees this bartender sitting there doing the classic bartender thing, cleaning a glass where no one's drinking. What else is he supposed to do? That's right, that's what he's doing. And he walks in, he sees all this, the little fountains in the background, very ambient as he looks about. In the slightly dim lighting, he looks over towards the mirror and makes a slight approach. Of course, seeing that there's a figure there and seeing that there's a mirror across from him, he makes sure that his presence is known. And of course, as he's walking, he sees Liam and Mr. Brick, the massive form of Mr. Brick, coming behind. Of course, that is bound to elicit some response, as Mr. Brick is a massive man, and Geist, he is dressed in mostly dark colors, blacks and grays, of course. In the city of black and white, those are the two colors that really stand out as he blends in with the shadows, as it were. Yes.
All right.
And as he walks up, he kind of makes a noise to further elicit a response.
All right. As you're approaching, you can hear this kind of, and you can see like her picking her teeth like from behind. You can see that from her behind, from her figure, you can see that the sides of her head are shaved. She has long, greasy, tacky hair from the top, like laying down. She has like a T-shirt that has torn off sleeves on its side. She has very like this kind of thrash metal or a punk, kind of feel. You're only seeing her back, and she's just bent forward, and she's just picking her teeth, and she's just saying, "Where are those fucking egg rolls?" And the bartender immediately just shuffles off, and that's when Geist comes in and coughs. And she doesn't turn her head. She just sits there, munching at snacks and stuff, just leaning forward there, waiting for you to say something.
I presume you're the leader of the throwaways?
And who the fuck are you? She turns to you, and you can see when she turns to you, even without wearing her mask, her unicorn mask, Geist recognizes her body shape, and all the animal heads make sense like that. You were called a fascist when you first walked in by the Black Bull. This leader of the throwaways is clearly the same bank robber who Captain Phantom and Pump Trunk and Gauntlet and Platemancer were fighting against in the prelude session of this campaign. But she has no longer her unicorn mask, nor do the masks that the others wear, if there are indeed masks, look nothing like masks. They look like the real thing. And she's not wearing a mask. She's not attractive at all. She's not like hella ugly, but she definitely is not attractive at all. She has a very bulky, very like this hammer thrower's physique. She's really like chiseled and beefy and all that. She looks like she could beat it just about anybody up. And since Geist has seen her beat police up when she was arrested after the bank robbery, you know just how capable she is with those muscles. But yeah, she has pretty much like an overgrown mohawk that's laying on the side, that's greasy and tacky and all that. And she indeed is wearing like a torn off like t-shirt with torn off sleeves with a giant X here that looks like it's been spray painted with spray paint. And she's wearing like a bullet vest and camo pants and stuff like that. And she has taped her wrists and hands and are all taped up, not like it with a boxer where there's like an actual cover covering the knuckles so that they don't break. It's more just having wrapped tape around, and it's not like professional. It's just more like a street brawler type of look. And yeah, she just spat on the ground and looked at you and disrespectingly said, "Who the fuck are you?"
I am Geist. Me and my two associates here are the Longswords. We ask permission to move through your territory.
Or they're fascist, eh? And she immediately turns her head and looks at Liam and says, "Ooh, who's this sweet piece of ass?"
Geist actually turns to you, Liam, and then he kind of just has his hand gestured towards you. He's like,
I thought all you fascists had the same
Sorry, I can't hear you.
leather boot gray uniform look. Jeez. Have a seat, boy. Have a seat. We've got everything from egg roll to fuck if I know. Have yourself something to eat.
Oh, don't mind if I do. I walk over there and sit down. And I say, what's your name, ma'am?
You don't know my name?
Should I?
She, as soon as you've kind of sat down, she stands up and kind of does that with her hands and starts to kind of in this very relaxed way with her shoulder line kind of walking in the same pace as her kind of waistline as she's walking towards the end of the couch that you're sitting on. You're in my castle, aren't you? And she goes to sit on your lap, Liam.
I kind of get up before she sits down, and say, I'm sorry.
As soon as you kind of rejected it, she kind of puts one of her hands on your shoulder, not shoving you down yet, but kind of like still has her hand on your shoulder to the point where you can just see the individual small muscles and veins kind of like pulsating in her arm, where you can feel like she could just crush your collarbone if she would just squeeze her hand tight enough.
Sorry, I'm a married man. I don't. I'm sure my wife won't appreciate it. Me flirting with such a lovely woman as yourself.
A married man in my castle, is that right? And she kind of runs her finger across your cheek and smiles. Even she has kind of like fucked up teeth. She has like a shark mouth, and yeah, she's not that attractive, but she's at least confident.
Yeah, yeah, that's going on 2 years now, so still really in love and that sort of stuff. So,
Most men who
but
come here like grab their wedding rings immediately and shove them in their pockets, if not throw them out in the trash right away. Haven't you been through my castle already?
we have, but like I said, haven't been persuaded by the many lovely things that we saw because still, woo, she's in my head, and I'm like, woo. Well, so passage through territory, getting to the laboratory, right, guys?
When you say that, you can see that the smile kind of dissipates from her face, and she says, "Yeah, forget about it. You're not going through my territory. Fuck that." And grabs something and goes and munches on it, and goes to sit down on the place where she kind of sat up from at first.
Geist walks forward a little bit further. Are there any trade negotiations we can have? Supplies for moving through your area.
You look around you. Do you see a need for supplies? You know, uptown. Uptown, they live like this all day long. You've never been to Uptown because it's blocked by fucking pigs. It's blocked by those fucking fascists there. They live like kings. It's like the difference between the rest of Midnight City compared to Uptown. It's like the difference between this place and the outside of it. All this wealth comes from dispatching their fucking deliveries. The deliveries they pay their fucking gold pricks for. Fuck them. Fuck everybody else. If you think I'm in the need of some supplies you can ship in, you're shit out of luck. I don't need your protein bars, motherfucker.
Well, good to know. At least I'll have plenty of protein bars under my jurisdiction. We need safe passage through here.
To do what?
We're investigating one of the decrepit laboratories here in this sector.
A lab? The fuck
Could
you want out of
possibly
there?
be linked to the barbarians.
Barbarians. You're saying something in my territory is linked to the barbarians, are you?
We found evidence of them tampering and creating metahumans.
You're not attracting barbarians into my fucking territory, are you?
We don't attract nobody anywhere. As I said, we're the long swords.
I figure as much. You never know from new fucks who creep around. It always takes a little while, and then all of a sudden they're fucking bannermen and vassals to those fucks.
It seems that we have a common enemy here. Perhaps we could negotiate so that we may get this over with. And then we'll be out of your territory before you know it.
What kind of fucking shared goals could we have?
Well, you don't seem to like the barbarians very much, and neither do we.
As long as they stay out of my territory, as long as they don't touch any of my people. But they haven't done so because they're smart enough. They're smart enough not to fuck with me. You guys have more balls than they have together because they've never approached me directly. You guys have the balls to come into my house, to step through my floors here in the middle of my people, and then come and place demands on me when the barbarians don't even dare to do that. What the fuck?
That's not even a demand. It was asking permission.
Excuse me, ma'am, but if The barbarians already have equipment from the lab. It means they're going on your territory anyways, without your permission.
She steps up again from the couch and she just kind of... Tell you what. You guys can go and fuck around with whatever the fuck it is that you want in that ruined piece of shit part of town. There's no business going down there anyway. You're free to go there. You leave Loverboy here behind with me. And she looks at Liam and again puts on a smile.
Well, the advantages would be that you would be safe here, Liam, but, And kind of just looks at you, kind of waiting for kind of a response from you.
Yeah.
No, Liam is just kind of like, he kind of folds his hands and kind of looks at Geist.
Man, we need Liam as his. He's the one who needs to check to see what the stuff is there at the lab. Without him, we won't know what to do. Maybe you want to come with us?
Who the fuck do you think I am?
You're the leader of the castle.
That's right. That's exactly right. I'm the queen of the castle, motherfucker. And my word is law in here. You don't see me rummaging around dirt and shit like you're about to if you go where I think you're going. But looking at this fine piece of ass here, I tell you what. You don't have to leave him behind. I tell you what. You leave him up here for me for a half hour. Go play some fucking video games if you like downstairs. You leave him for a half hour. And she's just, running her tongue around, along her teeth, just like picking out stuff that she's been munching there. And she's kind of grabbing her belt buckle there in this kind of,
I still kind of stand there waiting, looking at Geist.
How does Liam look? Does he look like he's not okay with this? Because Geist is kind of like trying to read his body posture to see if this is like something he's not okay with.
He's standing there and trying to be as neutral as possible.
Well, if Liam here doesn't object to it, I guess so. Liam?
Geist?
No, I'm not supposed to leave Liam's side.
As you guys are debating, she's again like walking closer to Liam, and this time as she comes, basically to the contact where her breasts basically touch your chest, where your chest, you're that close. She kind of looks Liam in the eye, kind of with this kind of when it comes to this part of her face, she has a very intense, kind of intimidating look, but she's also smiling, and the smile part would be very kind of a warm smile if her mouth wasn't so fucked up and she wasn't, unattractive, and her hands are already going to Liam's belt.
Like I mentioned before, I'm a married man.
And she'll just you'll just see that the kind of tendons that go from here to her neck, kind of yank up and tense up, and she basically yanks and snaps your belt in half. Like your pants don't drop or anything. Just you just hear this that demands an intense amount of strength to do from a regular human being, and she just said, "Fuck that."
I look at Geist.
Okay, at this point, Geist becomes insubstantial. But of course, it's not something that is easily seen, of course. He looks practically normal, but he begins walking forward, but this walk becomes more of a glide as he moves across the floor and positions himself right next to Liam and says, Mr. Liam isn't wanting that kind of deal. And he puts his hand on his shoulders, and he becomes insubstantial and moves him away from her grip.
Okay, the moment you become insubstantial and basically she lets go and takes immediately like a dash backwards in this very like tense, like this kind of what the hell kind of like this kind of just a couple of feet just like the length of the couch. And when you put your hand on his shoulder, she goes, "What the fuck, you fucking phantom!" And when Liam becomes insubstantial, she looks shocked and taken aback completely.
You could say I am a phantom of sorts. As I said before, I am Geist. I lead the longswords. And we need access to that territory of yours. Now, I understand that you like Liam here, and that's all fine and dandy. However, he said no, and I'm not one to force another man into a confrontation like that. Now we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. I already have enough enemies as it is. I don't mind making a few extra more. Is this understood? By the way, nice place you have here. Very convincing that you are able to get Black Bull under your care. You've changed a lot over the years.
Fuck Black Bull. Fuck that. Who the gives a fuck? I know you. I recognize you. I haven't seen anybody with that fucking magic trick of yours. You come back here, threaten me, you put me behind bars for those fucking years ago when that fucking cataclysm happened. I was behind bars because of fucking you when that took place. I was in a small hole because of you when that took place. I was running out of my fucking mind because of you when that took place, you fucking phantom. What the fuck have you done to yourself? What the fuck is this? You come to my house and you start intimidating me with your fucking powers? You lead another group now, or rather, your first group now. Plague Monster's dead, and now you take up leadership. Where were you? You were his fucking second in command all those years, huh? Is that what this is? As you can see that she's really getting worked up.
He goes back to being substantial again, releasing Liam and kind of patting him to kind of gently using his hand to kind of move Liam over towards Mr. Brick, just in case things get out of hand. He takes a step forward towards her. No, they're dead. That incident, that day after we had to take care of your shenanigans, they all ended up dying. That explosion rendered them dead. I had to stay there and watch them, helpless as that damn ghost, whatever it was, enacted whatever happened.
You're a fucking ghost. You shouldn't be alive, you fucking ghost. What the fuck?
Oh, tell me about it. Not a day goes by that I wish that I hadn't been here, just suffering this eternal nightmare. But here I am. You see, it's kind of hard for me to die. Very hard to kill a man like me. I have a lot of things I want to get done. I want to see the barbarians wiped clean off the face of this planet. Now you all have done well for yourselves here. You've stayed out of trouble, so to speak. And that I'm more than fine to let loose. We need access to that laboratory, and I'm not here threatening you. However, I am tired of these games. Liam doesn't want to sleep with you. So if there's other things we can negotiate with, then so be it. I'll negotiate. I'll play ball. But I will not play the games any longer.
She keeps her stare at you, but then it goes to Liam, and then like her gaze is about to go down to like you can see that her gaze is about to go downwards to kind of like think or like basic reactionary way to go down, and all of a sudden they go to Liam again, but this time not to his face, but to his like to level where his hands are, and she kind of like you can see she squints, and she again then makes eye contact with Geist and says, "The fuck is that?" Okay, okay, I'm listening. And she starts to take steps closer, but every time she takes a step closer, she looks down at Liam's hand level, and then back up and takes another step and looks at Liam's hand level, and then back and goes, "What the fuck is that? The fuck is that on your head?" Saying to Liam.
I take a step back, more or less, kind of slightly standing, having Mr. Brick covering a bit of me, and what are you talking about?
That's a nifty looking scar you got on your fucking head. How'd you get that? In a car accident with your wife? Or whatever bullshit you want to throw my way? What the fuck is that?
It's a marking. A marking I placed there myself.
She looks at Geist and says, "You want to play ball? Fine. 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 Fuck. Fine. Fine. What a fucked up group you got collected here. What the fuck? Fine. Just get the fuck out of my castle right fucking now and take this fucker with you. And this big fuck as well. You get the fuck out of here. Go check out those fucking ruins if you want.
I look at
I'm
the
not
marking.
responsible if you run into fucking trolls and bears there. Fuck that. You get the fuck out of my castle. Right.
Where did you see this before?
Fuck off.
Come on, Liam. We don't want to antagonize the situation further. The Longswords thanks you for your cooperation.
Whatever. Just get fucking lost.
With that, with that, he kind of looks towards y'all too, and kind of waits for you all to just start moving.
Yeah, I kind of grab Mr. Brick and say, "Come on, man, let's get out of here."
As Mr. Brick kind of puts his hand out, pushing Liam behind him, he's like, "Thank you, ma'am," and kind of like just kind of backs up slowly, and then moves close to Liam, keeping him in between the two, staying between him and anyone who seems dangerous.
Okay. As you walk out of the little bar section there, you do notice that none of the people outside were in any way affected by it. Nobody was in cheering rage, or nobody was looking and getting like, "Oh, what's going on?" Nobody's like stepping aside, specifically when you walk by. Nor do you see any of the guards there, especially. But you do notice that as soon as you step out, you see that Suplex, the leader of the Throwaways, walks off from the corner she was in, not to the direction you were in, but to the sides, basically, and basically disappears in the shadows because it's dimly lit. Just kind of walks off tensely, as you also walk off the way you came.
Well, well done, guys.
It's always nice to see old acquaintances, he says, and whether it's in a kidding manner or not, who knows?
Yeah, well, I kind of look at Mr. Brick, a bit confused about the fact that he's so quiet.
Yeah, everybody was telling him to do the talking.
No. It's just more like, well, maybe it's because Liam already connected the dots, and this conversation for him was like, hello. So he's kind of looking at Mr. Brick and says like, Yeah, well, at least
But when you look at Mr. Brick, you see his eyes. He is on full defense mode. His eyes are darting around. You get to see that there's whether he caught on to what transpired between them or not. Right now, all he cares about is making sure that you get out of the building without getting hurt.
all right.
As he has a single one-track mind. You've seen him like that before, like when he was fighting the guys. He didn't care who he killed or who got in his way, as long as he killed them as quick as possible. So, and then you know,
I kind of look at him and my mouth already goes open to say something witty or something, and I just go like, yeah, it's just gonna go right past him. So I just decide not to and keep it in my pocket for a later moment.
Okay. Hold that thought, because you know what?
Oh man.
I like to think in my mind that Mr. Break dropped the comic when all that stuff was going down. And if you I don't know if you haven't noticed, he can't, he has trouble with dealing with women. He can't, so that's why he never stepped forward or anything. But as the pages are kind of shifting and the wind blowing, on the last page there's a picture of Captain Phantom taking off his mask and saying, "I'm Geist." Like that, you would set that up. So I'd read the whole thing. He's like, "Let's save the town together."
Yeah. Oh, that'd be horrible. Actually, that would be something Liam would do. Like,
Yeah.
he would be like,
Finish it. I was like halfway through and I dropped
yeah,
it.
he would be like, sometimes you need to not take on a new identity. And I have.
Fear me.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot, guys, for keeping my belt safe and that sort of stuff. I feel really protected. Thanks.
So,
No, it's okay if Liam has no problem with it. No, I'd love to bang her. That'd be great.
Negotiations, Liam. We have no choice but to give and take. In this case, she was being uncooperative. I had to resort to other measures.
Oh yeah. Well, just for future references, unless I specifically state otherwise, I'm not okay being pimped out.
Well, you didn't say anything. You were very quiet. How the hell am I supposed to know? I am not a psychic.
I didn't know you were married, Liam.
I'm not. Wait, well, jeez.
Okay. You guys were heading out the same way you came.
As we are, he's going to tap on his communications and say, Manny, we've gotten permission to get through. We'll be expecting evac. Over and out.
Okay. Manny doesn't respond verbally, but there is this. You hear this tap. I don't know what the code is for how many taps usually, like this kind of, this kind of. I know what the SOS is with these kind of taps and all that, but he makes the tap of acknowledge, or something like that, whatever it is. And yeah, as you guys walk out, it's again the same things that you saw before. Again, just in the reverse, which perhaps gives further reflection on the entire place, this entire castle, of when you exit this like harem and go down into this this snobby high class kind of a section, and then go into this very base animalistic kind of energy, kind of just kind of dancing and skateboarding and playing video games and making out with people. I know this kind of like this kind of these sections of different kinds of levels of a pleasure dome and all that. And when you go to walk out from the front door, you can see that Black Bull is already standing aside, like not blocking the door or anything. He's just standing there and just like he's like the shoulders reached really high, and he's like a gorilla, like in this kind of position as he's huffing and puffing air. And Do you guys do anything special as you walk out, or do you just walk out?
As like the group vacates the castle, he makes one last turn and then looks at it and stuff, and in its enormity, it used to be a mall. He remembers back during the days as Captain Phantom. He went through there maybe for like a couple of showings and autograph signings for kids and stuff. He remembers those days, and now he remembers what it is now, what it's become. And he looks up and just mutters to himself, "Fascist. You're still on about that shit? I'll show you, fucking fascist." As he turns around and walks, and all he has on his back of his mind is murder. All he can think about is destroying the barbarians and bringing the city back to what it is.
Okay.
But he does think about that statement she made, the one truth that she did speak. Ah, yes, that which wasn't of ideology but of fact. The upper city is barricaded off, and it is pretty much a luxury place. It is dim and dark, but it isn't infested like the rest of the city. No, the cancer that has spread throughout this city only infected the poorer parts. But perhaps that's just a lesser cancer to a greater one. A thought through Geist's mind.
All right. Something that was also like when Geist was here, like as Captain Phantom all those years ago. This was a place that was just opened before the Cataclysm hit. It was basically a project to raise the value of the ghetto, where basically they were about to demolish all the surrounding buildings and build all sorts of nice things around this very luxurious mall and all that. They were about to basically fuck the local poor people over, and so it was like fitting for the gang to take over this place before it really even started. So yeah, as you guys go to walk out through the front door, someone walks in right as you're walking out, and the person who walks in is also one of those burly characters and stuff, with the lower section just covered in jeans and whatnot, and the upper body being all bare. And from his neck up, he has a very familiar looking, though of course very different size portioned eagle owl head as he walks past you guys. And as he walks past, his body is pointing forward, but as he walks past Liam, his owl head just kind of turns the way owl heads can turn, and with those giant eyes makes like eye contact with Liam as he walks by without pausing for a step.
Hey, wait.
He doesn't stop when you say that. He just keeps.
Excuse me, sir. Owl person.
He keeps on walking, and you can see Black Bull already like taking steps behind you guys, like blocking your view.
What is it, Liam?
That's the guy. He looks exactly like the owl that followed us.
He turns his head back and looks. Good to know.
Vacate the premises.
While they're talking, Mr. Brick fully turns around and kind of just puffs up and stands in front, just waiting until they move.
Look.
Really creating a wall between him and them.
Here's our ride now. As the Blackbird lands, he pats you on the back, Mr. Brick. Come on, Mr. Brick. We have a lab to visit. And as he looks at you, Liam, he goes, "I'm afraid there won't be nothing we can do about that for now. However, it was good information to keep a hold of."
Yeah, I suppose. See you later, Theseus. I kind of walk off and.
And yeah, you walk out, and yeah, the black cat is there waiting for you right outside the door, with the side door already open, with the engine running there.
Kind of, as I walk over there, I kind of take off my broken belt and kind of look like it. It's like, God dang it, and I kind of throw it in the corner.
Into the corner it goes.
Before turning to head to the black cat, Mr. Brick kind of just looks at the giant bullhead and just kind of nods at him, and then just kind of takes a step back and then walks towards the
Okay, and the sliding doors close behind you. And yeah.
Gaius actually picks up the broken belt and sitting down as the black cat lifts off. You see him kind of fiddling with it a little bit, and all of a sudden he makes it go insubstantial. And as he does, he merges the broken ends together just a little bit before merging them back. And then hands the belt, tosses it back at you, Liam.
Well,
there you go.
It's not perfect craftsmanship or anything, but yeah, because when it snaps, all the kind of the edges of everything is kind of like spreading a little bit further off. So it's kind of like, yeah, they grab onto one another now, but it's not like perfect craftsmanship. It doesn't look like new.
I look at it and say, "Well, look at you, Mr. Cobbler. Thank you very much." I kind of start putting the belt back on.
Okay.
Liam, cobblers make shoes.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. Every time we break something, we usually buy something new. But who makes belts?
I don't know.
Maybe cobblers make belts as well. Ever thought about that?
No. Maybe you're right. Maybe they do.
Of course, I'm right.
What about the things that Suplex said? The name being Sue, like Susan and Plex. Yeah. The things she said about Geist. How much do you think Liam and Mr. Brick gathered from that? Were they like paying attention, or were there certain things said that they kind of put two and two together?
It only strengthened Liam's idea that Geist is Mr. Phantom, and
Mr. Phantom, Captain Phantom's little brother.
Yeah, exactly.
Never made the rank.
So actually, as we kind of take off, he kind of looks at Mr. Brick and says, "Wow, don't you think Geist really handled that like a captain?"
Yeah, you did a good job. I'm sorry I didn't help you, Liam.
No, that's okay, buddy. I got it under control.
That girl kind of scared me.
Yeah, same here.
She's pretty tough, but until you show some equal force, she can be a bit hard to handle. Bit of an ideologist, really. Pointed always at the wrong direction.
Oh, well, I mean, it kind of sits down and kind of starts shaking his hand a bit like the philosopher he's pretending to be. He says, like, I could have crushed her with such ease, but with great strength comes great responsibility, and a true hero always strives to do the best and just to make the right decisions. Yeah.
And Uncle Ben's rice packet somewhere sheds a single tear.
That's very thoughtful of you, Liam. Though the thought did cross my mind just to phase her through the damn ground permanently.
Does she have any powers, or is she just fat and ugly and, well, on steroids.
Well, you don't get to be the leader of a gang for nothing. She does boast several powers, but the one above all else is that she is extremely tough.
Hmm.
She would probably be a handful for Mr. Brick here.
What?
Oh, I wouldn't fight her.
Old Brickmeister here? He could have ripped her apart in no time. He
Hmm.
wouldn't. He wouldn't because he's a gentleman. But he could, if he wanted to, which he doesn't.
Right. No. Yeah.
I don't doubt that for a moment. Mr. Brick certainly has the prowess about him. However, underestimating Suplex can be a dangerous thing. She is a gang leader after all.
I could take out the bull guy. DCIS. Oh, what was his name?
That was Black Bull.
Oh, yeah, Black Bull.
It's kind of strange. I thought he died years ago.
Like, could she raise people from the dead?
No. No, something else must have happened. I didn't even know he was still in the city at the time. I thought he had left the country.
Mm-hmm. Let me guess, went to Greece?
I think Mr. Brick is too dense to get the joke.
No, he did
Justice
not get it.
doesn't find it funny. Poor Liam.
He doesn't even know where Greece is. So.
Okay. Okay. While you're flying through the air with the black cat there, after a while, you can see that that the vehicle starts to put on the brakes again a little bit and turn a little bit, and you can see from its windows clearly a ruined area because it's a pretty large area. It's a section where an entire city block has basically been ruined, where a lot of the apartment buildings that have been ruined are still like standing. Their like outer shells are still standing, and lots of just the some of the walls and some of the floors have kind of like cascaded and completely just broken down, and there's like huge mounds of rubble around them, but they're still kind of like, you know, still erect, still standing. But in the middle of these buildings, these apartment buildings, you know, the center part of that is this place, this kind of fenced-off place, this kind of place that has, of course, now a crumbled brick wall. This brick wall that surrounds this large, like very much the kind of size of an average schoolyard, you know, that kind of size of an area, where, you know, this brick wall that's like let's say 10 feet tall has like broken down, and there's like barbed wire all around it, and it's like this kind of, you know, very much like this kind of prison thing. And there's three broken down buildings that you can make out in its yard. It has its front huge like courtyard type of thing, and there's three buildings, two smaller buildings and one huge building, and they're all made of you know, what was once red brick, you know, but it's all just this kind of brick buildings. It has a little bit of that kind of a mixture of an old prison and a orphanage and a little bit of a death camp type of feel. Not the amount of space that a death camp would have, you know, but in terms of the buildings kind of design and architecture. But they're still like broken down. There's like roofs are half missing, and there's you know, entire walls that have completely like been blown off and all that. There's like singular bricks spread across everywhere, but it's still like the buildings are still like their foundations are standing, where you could go and maybe even get to another floor without the floors breaking down and stuff. But yeah, the black cat just kind of and as it gets down, you can see a flock of vultures just kind of like vultures don't make that sound. Anyway, they just kind of fly off as the black cat goes down again, and the side door opens again.
Just from a side, is this where I dug my way out, or I would have remembered digging myself out of this area?
It brings back a lot of memories, but they're kind of like it was such a long time ago that it's more like you remember the sensations and the bricks themselves and all that. Too many details can be always kind of obfuscated, where you can kind of have this feeling of, well, I'm not 100% sure, but it definitely, without a doubt, is of the very same kind of feel. But there used to be color here, so the memories that you have are of red bricks very much, and you remember your own skin with the red, colors here and there and all that. Now that it's gray, it almost like muffles your memory a little bit, but yeah, it's definitely the kind of thing you're looking for.
Plus the weeks it took me to dig out, I'm sure I was pretty tired. So. Mr. Brick just kind of turns, looks at the other two, smiles, and gets out of the vehicle without a word.
I get out as well.
And of course, Geist joins them as he does, landing, slightly floating, and then landing on the ground below. It's a disheveled appearance, a bit of the rocks underneath the feet as he has his boots walk along. That nice gravel noise to be heard that boots make on pavement, especially pavement that is worn out and untaken care of. He kind of just looks about. Place doesn't look very active. We'll have to see on the inside. Keep your eyes open.
If the place is the same as where I'm from, everything will be underground. It took me a long time digging up to get out.
As you're talking, the side door closes behind you, but the vehicle doesn't lift off.
If it's all inside, I might actually make use of the window of the black cat to see if I can see through it.
Oh, okay.
I get back into the black cat and activate the window and kind of see if I can see down into the ground if there's indeed a structure there.
Yeah, it goes below ground. Yeah, and you also notice on the heat-seeking thing that you notice that there are most likely animals here and there inside.
Oh. There appears to be some kind of animals inside, but I'm sure nothing you guys can't handle.
Are you going to wait in the vehicle?
No, I'm going to come along, of course.
Good, because it's hard for me to keep you safe in the vehicle.
I got you. I thought of that as well.
Oh, very well then. Let's proceed, Mr. Brick, and join us when you're ready, Liam.
I'm ready. I step out and close the door again, or have the door closed, and I join them.
Okay.
Did I see where we would at the best way to get access to it? Did I see a point where a tunnel goes down?
There wasn't no kind of a thing like that, because it would have to be very intuitive for that kind of thing to pop up, because it's so covered in kind of gravel and bricks and everything like that. So that it's like there's all sorts of little details everywhere, because it's so unorganized and all that. But you could make out that it's very much like there's the big building seems like it doesn't seem that much like a facility. It seems more like some sort of housing place, because of you could see all sorts of small rooms. And when it comes to the two other buildings, it looked like one of them goes indeed far underground, while one of them does not more than one story and has, again, multiple rooms, whereas the other one was more about open space.
All right.
But of course they're ruined and all that. So
I'll pass this information along to Geist.
Fascinating. It seems that you were right, Mr. Brick.
is Mr. Brick away from keyboard?
Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought. I was thinking.
Focus, Bricky, focus.
I was thinking that the pods were, and he kind of holds up his hands. They were like this big, so they couldn't have come through like a window.
Mr. Brick, do you know where we can find the earliest spot to go downstairs into the subsections?
To be honest, guys, I was never allowed outside. I was always inside. If this is the same lab, I don't know. I mean, once we get down to the bottom floor, I'll know.
Well, then in that case, we'll make this real easy. And he stands next to both of you. And as he does, he places his hand on your shoulder and one on yours, Liam, and he grips quite tightly. And then, well, actually, he grips your arms, is what he does. And as he does so, you become insubstantial as he too phases. And then you begin to slowly descend through the ground.
Okay.
And, yeah. When that happens, he descends to the ground and then just cuts right to where that basement is.
Which basement? The basement of the building that had only like one underground floor, or the one that had the larger space?
He'll
the
go
one
to
that has the larger space is from like looking from the Black Cat to the building is the one on the right, and the one on the left is the one with the only one story underneath.
Okay, he'll go to the larger one, investigate that first, and he goes to the ground and stuff, and all you all see is this dirt all around you and stuff, bone and gravel, and then you begin moving through it as he flies through there. You know, the gravel's shifting through. It's the weirdest thing. You're not burrowing through it. You're merely just going, and so it's this mixture of utter black, but you can tell that there are objects there, and all of a sudden, it fades away, almost like a bit of mist. And what you see there is this area, this new room that we have gone into. And of course, he finds a spot that is safe to land. And before you all even touch the ground, he phases you all in. And for Mr. Brick, it's probably a bit of a thud, and for Liam, a light tap as Geist gently descends down.
Okay. A little bit before this, basically when you guys arrived into the place, the brick wall that's been ruined, like I described before, it had like this barbed wire atop of it, very much in this kind of prison kind of way, where it had all these kind of extensions with the barbed wire, so that people couldn't like climb the wall or anything like that without getting themselves lacerated. The front gate was indeed this very large metal gate that had all these bars on it and all that. It was very much like this kind of prison camp or prison type of gate, the kind of gate where you could like drive a car through and then like open the second gate kind of thing. It's this very big gate basically, and the courtyard and all that was of course riddled with loose bricks and all that and all kinds of dust, and the building that you guys aren't going for, the one that's on the left that has the only one subterranean level, has had a huge like hole in the very front wall of it, like very much of this kind of blown out hole, this kind of and the building on the right, which had the very large subterranean level to it was much less damaged than the other one on the left. And the very big building is very much like, it looks like it's been under bombardment or something. It looks like there's entire like corridors where you could like leap from one side to the other from like this huge craters and stuff that are on the walls, and holes where like the ceiling or the floor is kind of like blown off, and you could just make a running jump to leap forward and stuff. And it's very much, all the windows are broken and all that, but yeah, and all the windows, of course, have iron bars on them and all that kind of stuff. Though the building you're going into doesn't have any bars on it, and it's also a little bit smaller above ground than the one on your left. The one that had the less space underground was larger above ground, and the one that had more below ground had less above ground. But as you went underground right away, and you as you were about to kind of go underground, you could see that a little bit of like, there's a couple of armadillos that kind of like scatter away as you sunk underground there. And as you come to the room, it's of course pitch black, completely black. You can't see anything there. There's no light anywhere. But you definitely feel that you've come to a dank, dust-filled, this kind of hard to breathe kind of place, where you feel bricks and shards and glass and all these kind of things underneath your boots as you kind of arrive into that place. But yeah, it's very much like this mine shaft-ish. It's like if you've been into those kind of like car park places that look like the inside of a cave or something like that, you know, where the walls aren't like completely like smooth, where they have like those cliff faces. It feels like that kind of place. There's this coldness in the air and this little bit of a dampness, as in an underground base that's had 5 years of no upkeep after fierce bombardment of from Silverstream.
As Geist kind of grabs our arms and kind of drags us down, Liam is a bit, well, not a bit, is extremely startled, but he tries to hide it, and he almost murmurs a bit like, "Don't kill us, don't kill us, don't kill us, don't kill us, don't kill us." And as we kind of sink into the ground, and as he feels like we land again, he's like, "Okay, everything's fine. It's just, well, nothing happened. What? I wasn't scared."
Okay. What's going on in Mr. Brick's head?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, when he grabbed him, Mr. Brick just held his breath as if that, like, he was going to get dirt in his mouth or something when he dove down. And then when you released him, he hits the ground, thud. You can't see, obviously we can't see anything, but as he hits the ground, then you kind of hear like a as he exudes everything in his stomach onto the ground.
Oh, what's that smell? Who's doing that?
Sorry, Liam. That was uncomfortable.
Apologies, Mr. Brick, but it was a faster mode. Looks like we can use a little light in here. Now, is it okay for us to have flashlights?
It's okay for you to have flares. They're more dramatic.
Okay.
Ooh,
all right.
I like that.
So with that, like out of a belt pouch, and a flare is launched. It shoots up.
Oh, I didn't mean those kind of guns. I just meant like those sticks, like you can hold it in those torches. Yeah, torch. Kind of flares.
Okay, that works too. That works too. He takes one out, shakes it up.
Okay. Now that you see around you, well, first thing is that you see
Brick,
rats
Jesus.
scurrying. That's the the first thing, when light erupts, you see that there's lots of rats right close to your feet that just like scurry off as soon as the immense light appears. Around you also there's like lots of columns, very strong strut-like columns, and the walls are very much like those kind of cave walls and stuff. The large area that you find yourself in is something where, again, there's lots of rubble, and from the ceiling you can see that there's all sorts of like the ceiling bits have like fallen off to the ground and made a lot of the rubble there. And around you there's all sorts of nifty things that you kind of find. You find like you find bullets, but the bullets you find are like the size of like those aircraft machine guns. So those kind of like you shoot aircraft down on, those kind of like huge, like the ones that they look like small like shells, like when you're doing shelling, when you're bombarding a place with artillery, those kind of like bullets that you find laying on the ground here and there. And as you also go on, you locate that on the ground there's very much like in a gym, those kind of, all kinds of stripes and markings that have been drawn and painted on the floors there. Also, as you keep going on, you come across a broken down, completely mangled off of its rails. You find a set of rails with a helicopter machine gun, this minigun basically on, that's kind of been, torn off of its rails, but it looks like it could have, like, at one point in history moved perfectly sideways. And there's a set of plexiglass in front of it with a slit on the level that its muzzle would have been on while it still worked. As you go on, you find all sorts of other things as well. You find torn off pieces of these kind of those kinds of security clothes, those kind of suits that you would wear when you would like protect yourself from a grizzly bear. Those kind of control suits that almost look like some sort of mech, armor pieces or something like that. But there's something that a human can wear, and all sorts of stuff like that. There's all kinds of things that you come across, but while you're kind of, are you all kind of close knit to one another, or are you kind of spread out?
I figured we'd start off close, but then we'd kind of gradually spread out.
Okay.
And Geist is going to take the initiative. He's just going to kind of fly around a little bit with the flare in his hand and just kind of spread out and get a good view of the entire area.
All right. Yeah, the area is quite large, and it's very much like, let's say, the size of a hangar, something like that. The ceiling is not that high, but in terms of like the space around, it's somewhere around those kind of measurements. And at one point, when you're kind of spread out.
Before we spread out, I kind of look at the room, and I kind of look at all the columns and that sort of thing, and I look at Geist and I look at Mr. Brick, and I say like, the dwarves went too deep into the darkness and stirred evil things.
What dwarf? You?
Come on, you never seen Lord of the Rings? Jeez. What are we looking for?
I don't know who the Lord of the Ring is.
Oh my God. Okay. Guys, help me here. What are we looking for?
Well, we gotta see if there's any tampering of any kind, if there's been any sort of, activity. But it doesn't look like there has been any in here for a while. Though, we should be on the lookout for any sort of equipment. They had to be using something very similar. We can probably find a blueprint of it here and get better details into what they're probably trying to do.
I look around at all the junk. You're planning on finding blueprints here? What? Really?
Well, any sort of object that's left behind, it can be reverse engineered. We can at least try to find out something about it. Some information is better than none.
Fair enough. I start to kneel down away from the vomit of Mr. Brick. I kind of walk away and just. There's probably a lot of dust and stuff in the ground, right?
Yeah, definitely. There was a lot of dust in the air as well.
So I kind of start to make symbols in the dust, and I start the ritual that I don't know how long it usually takes, but I start a ritual.
Okay. What are you gonna like? What are you gonna kind of going through?
He's starting to make runic signs and stuff in the dust. And after a while, they start to light up, and all of a sudden there's this like the boing, like the light is going on, and there's just this the room is filled with light, and so everything is clearly visible.
Okay. Well, I'll have you roll for that with your magic thing. That's something that you can manage, sure, but we'll see how long it takes.
There we go. So it's just a D20 plus my magic, right?
Yeah.
So that's 29.
Okay. Like 90 what?
Yeah, sorry. I was thinking in Dutch, so I needed to turn it around. So yeah, there you go.
Okay.
29.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's quite a good score. As you're doing as you're performing the ritual there, everybody else will basically in that time have enough time to move around there and kind of scurry around as you're kind of doing all the things that you do, kind of like the mental gymnastics in terms of magical stuff that you're gonna go through with the ritual stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything specific you want to mention about that? What kind of things Liam is kind of concentrating on, or is it a kind of a simple cantrip type of?
For him, it will probably, because he's just creating light in a dark place, so it's not a very hard thing to do. So with just a couple of basic runes that stand for light and for brightness. So he just empowers these, and they just probably spread up. So I'm assuming that it'll be done in a few minutes, really. So it should be quite easy.
Okay. As Geist and Mr. Brick are kind of looking around, Geist comes across as he's going around with the torch. He comes across. He steps on a lab coat. And next to the lab coat is a pair of like protective goggles and all that, and next to that is a clipboard without any paper on it. But it definitely has like the dust layer on it is so that there used to be very short while ago there used to be a piece of paper there that's now been taken off, where you can see that there's no dust in the center, the size of a A4 paper there, and there's dust on the rims.
Interesting. Geist kneels down as he looks at this detail, takes his finger from his glove, and then gently moves it along the blank space where there is no dust, and looks at it with his finger and kind of does this. Starts muttering to himself. No dust, inconsistent with the rest. Someone's been in here. And he begins looking around for footprints.
All right. As you're looking around for footprints, it doesn't take long because you definitely discover footprints. but they're of bare human feet, not ones wearing boots or anything. There's the heel, there's the cap, there's the toes, there's the whole thing, and yeah, you notice it right there, right in front of you.
He begins to follow that trail leading
Okay.
back.
Okay, as you start to follow that trail, meanwhile, Mr. Brick is kind of walking there, and after a while, Mr. Brick comes across almost stubbing his toe, but not really because he's being careful. You notice that there's a big pile of gravel and bricks and dust and dirt and all this kind of. There's like this huge anthill, this little huge pile there. And as you kind of look around and kind of rummage, you notice that the pile there is kind of going like it's leaning on the wall there. It's on one of the walls there, and when you look around, you notice that there's little specks of different looking stone than the gravel there, and it kind of looks well, down here there isn't any brick. It's all like pavement. It's all like stone. It's all like the rock. But you see like little gravels of actual brick. And then when you raise one of the little pieces of brick there, you notice that it has a fingernail on it. It's just this little pebble, but you notice that on it is a little fingernail. And as you look through the gravel there, you notice that, yeah, it's like leaning on the wall. And the further you look, you notice that the pile keeps getting kind of higher as it goes deeper into the room. And you notice that there's the wall, as much as the kind of the gravel gets higher, the wall starts to gain depth outwards into this almost tunnel-like edge. And at that point, Liam's ritual starts to have effect, and the runes that he drew there are starting to emit light to the point where Liam's, the Geist's torch is getting like outlit by this light that's coming from the ritual, as it's like slowly coming to the, well, kind of like when you have those light switches that you can just turn like brighter or dimmer, it just kind of gets lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter until it's as bright as fluorescent lights would be in the room or something like that. And when you look around you, you indeed see that the place is covered in rubble, in rats, in all sorts of stuff. But it immediately becomes apparent that the place is a training room, much in the same way as your gymnasium is in the mansion. It's a facility. It has all sorts of railings on it. It has like places for a dozen security cameras in the upper corners of the place. It has all these kind of railings for all these kind of weapon test things. It has all sorts of like weight sets and stuff that have been kind of like, have completely been torn off and spread around everywhere. There's trash everywhere. It's just a mess. There's a lab coat here. There's a boot there. There's everything. It's this very kind of like a open place, except for two very heavy set doors that are like armored doors that have like the other one has a handle and the door is torn off of its hinges, and the other one doesn't have a handle and it's completely sealed there. And what Mr. Brick sees when the lights come on is that you see the heap of rubble there being basically the excess that's come out of a tunnel that's been burrowed into the kind of the wall near the ceiling. That's pretty much the same girth as your shoulder line would be, and it's very much like all this rubble has come to the ground because of the walls and ceiling cracking from getting this kind of hole dug into the rock face here, and yeah, that's when the lights have come on, and all of you are standing there. Then.
As the light comes on, Mr. Brick immediately scoops up that rock with the fingernail and just puts it in one of his pouches, and then climbs up the mound, heading towards that tunnel, like to look into it to see where it goes.
Okay. As you're climbing there, what's Geist and Liam doing?
Geist is following where those footprints are going.
Okay. Geist can very quickly find out that they're going to the door that's torn off of its hinges.
From there, he begins to kind of look through it. He looks out to the other two, and
Let there be light.
Oh, job well done, Liam.
Thank you. Thank you. So, did you guys find anything already?
Yes, I have footprints here, and someone's taken something, some sort of paper.
Wait, footprints? There's people down here?
Was.
And meanwhile, Mr. Brick is indeed, as he's getting into the hole in the wall, you can notice that it's something where you can very tightly fit, and yeah, as you kind of go forward, you can see that it starts to go upwards very quickly, and it's very much like a part where the ceiling has dropped multitude of rocks and ceiling materials down there, and as you kind of start to get to the near the end of the tunnel where it starts to go upwards, you can see that it's kind of been stuffed. There's stuff there that's been like it hasn't gone all the way through because it's so like pressurized to the point where it's filled with bricks. It's filled with formerly red bricks. Some of them are like crushed into dust that are on the bottom of the little tunnel there, and some of them are clearly ones that have like kind of like flown in and like not come to the bottom of it and into the room because they've just kind of cascaded on top of each other and kind of stuffed the hole that way. But you can see that the bricks are very much like the kinds that you could just break, where you could easily punch your way through this hole if you wished.
Well, Mr. Brick starts making his way back down, and as he does so, he kind of keys the communicator, and he's like, Liam, guys, I found a tunnel that's blocked, but looks like it goes out, or it did at one time. I'm heading back into the room now.
Copy that, Mr. Brick. That's a 10-4.
Acknowledged. And he actually flies up to where Liam is, and think you can conjure yourself some form of flashlight. I'm gonna need it.
Oh yeah, well the light kind of passes by if I need it, so it'll take a time to fill the new room, but it should come along.
Excellent. We're gonna need everyone down here. Looks like we got a trail to follow. And he flies back down to that door and begins. Of course, actually, to kind of cut things off, he actually just grabs Liam again and phases him through.
Whoa!
Yeah,
What are you doing?
And just flies him straight down to where he is, down to the onto that door entrance.
Which door? The one that's sealed, or the one that's off its hinges?
The one that's off its hinges. That one.
Hello. What are you doing?
Sorry, Liam. was just... Well, it would have taken you a while to get down here, so I figured I would have just shortened the process.
You hear over the communicator? Guys, Liam's not over here. He's not at the thing he was drawing. Is he? Liam?
No, I'm at the door. I'm at the door.
Oh, okay. Then you kind of hear as he starts running towards the door.
Oh, you don't go to the hole anymore?
No, well, once I got up and saw it was kind of blocked, I left that for now. We'll come back.
Oh, okay. I thought, I thought you were gonna go back to that to kind of bust through it. Oh,
no, I was backed out, and then I'm gonna head. Yeah, I don't want to leave Liam. So.
Yeah, guys, you need to work on your communication, okay? I appreciate the fact that you want to make my journey easier, but you can't just grab somebody and phase them out.
Apologies, Liam. I'll work on that.
It's okay. Just a little feedback here. Let me just bring the light over. I just start to concentrate and start kind of, almost like pushing the light into this new area.
Okay. Well, what's everybody doing? Everyone is gathered now to the door with the torn off hinges.
Oh, he walks right through it. Geist does.
Did you find something, guys?
Footprints, right?
Yes. Someone took a paper here recently. A clipboard over there. No dust on it. Had to have something important on it. Whoever it was, they're barefoot. On the trail. As he points it out on the ground, the barefoot trail.
Oh, do you think... How big is the footprint?
Regular human size about. A little bit bigger.
Do you think maybe that's the troll?
What?
Didn't the muscle lady say something about trolls and animals?
Yeah, I think she just made that up because she saw the sign on my hand.
Oh. Okay. Mr. Brink just smiles. I think that makes more sense, I guess. Never fought a troll before.
Yeah, me neither. So let's get going. All right, but be careful not to step on any gnomes.
Gaius just walks through the door already, just letting the light flood in and looking around, intently looking for those footprints.
Okay. When you come through the door, you notice that there's like this kind of layer of this kind of little bit of seepage of dust from the other room where you came from, mostly because of the door being off its hinges. But the room itself doesn't seem to be nearly as dirty as the larger room. Maybe it hasn't suffered as much damage, as the bigger room has, or maybe it's been really sealed off. But you do notice the footprints coming into the room, but they kind of they don't appear as clearly as they did in the totally trashed out a big training facility there, or training room. But when you come in, you notice that there's basically a hangar with all sorts of lab coats, on it, and all sorts of helmets, all sorts of security wear, and everything like that. And then there's another door that's not off its hinges, but it's open.
Liam is by no means an expert, but he would be curious to see how the door got off its hinges. Was it like broken open from a particular side? What happened to it?
It looks like the kind of cascading breaking down of some of the walls have kind of like in time kind of pressurized it, where it's like been kind of like through time and the bombardment kind of thing,
All right, fair enough. That soothes his mind a bit, so he follows Geist.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been torn by with strength or anything like that.
No, I'm thinking about like if a Mr. Brick, barged through these doors, it's that would be troublesome.
A Geist is going to be floating above the ground, that not to disturb it, as he's just trying to focus on where these footprints are leading to. And to the other door, he just phases right through it, and it begins moving forward.
Okay. Well, as you kind of glide through it, well, Liam and Mr. Brick are just, God damn it, people are posting multiple pictures on Facebook, and I keep getting banners up like, notice me, please, senpai. But yeah, it's when you go through the wall while Mr. Brick and Liam are kind of left behind there. You notice that it opens up into this kind of security room where there's like a security desk with all of its like compartments completely torn off with lots of places where there's like staplers and pens and all sorts of things like that, but not a single shred of paper. There's just about anything else except paper, and there's computers that have all been like smashed, to smithereens.
Interesting.
Oh, sorry.
Interesting. Looks like someone's went through a lot of trouble to hide this.
As I see guys kind of float through the door and leaving the room we were in, the three of us, I kind of look at Mr. Brick and I said, I just told him to commute. Ah, never mind. We kind of walk to the door. Is it open? Is it locked? Is it?
No, it's off of its hinges. It's like something where somebody could just, with enough strength, just push it to open.
Oh, could we get through it without opening it, or?
You're pretty tall. No, you couldn't.
Mr. Brick, would you mind opening the door for me?
Oh, no problem, Liam. Like, grab it and kind of twist it a little bit and just slowly just kind of pop it out and put it off to the side.
Okay, there you go. No trouble at all with that. Also, Liam, I want to mention that there's lots of like security camera screens, these kind of little monitors there that have also been smashed on the table. There's a weapons cabinet that's that's open, and there's weapons there that look extremely like heavy-duty kind of weapons, almost like science fiction, kind of like these kind of hand cannons, and there's one of them there, and there's like these bullets, again, these giant bullets that look like, these artillery shells, on the ground there in this kind of security room, and there's a flight of stairs leading upstairs. No, actually, there's flight of stairs and there's an elevator, and the elevator is half open, and you don't see the elevator. You just see the open shaft behind it, with a cut wire hanging. And yeah, meanwhile, Mr. Brick has taken the door off of its hinges, and Liam and Mr. Brick can enter the room that has mostly just the lab coats and safety goggles and safety gloves and safety boots and all these kind of bulletproof vests and all these kind of things, and the sealed door, which has a handle, though.
In the supplies, specifically the military fighting stuff, is there any flashlights or anything like that?
Flashlights? You didn't find any there, but most likely if there would have been, they would have been broken down anyway. If they were from like days past, not like somebody who has just been there who has dropped them or anything.
But there's still that weapon, though, right? It's still there.
Yeah.
Mr. Brick.
No, you're not in that room yet, though.
Oh, I'm not in that room. Okay. Sure.
There's still one door between you guys and Geist.
Oh.
So we move onwards, and probably we'll go through that door as well.
Okay. The door has a handle very much like this storage room, this kind of handle, and
I don't touch it. I kind of gesture to Mr. Brick, like, if you please.
Oh yeah, I try to open it.
Okay. As you open it, you turn it, and as you pull it off, you can hear this kind of like this kind of like little snap, crackle, pop. This kind of as you open it, kind of like as if it has a heavy duty lock system on it that's not in use. It's like as you like open it, it's like you can see from the door's side that there's all sorts of like heavy duty systems there, but they've all been like overridden or opened or left open when this whole place broke down or something. And yeah, there you see guys standing, and you see the security desk that's been completely torn off. You've seen the weapons cabinet there. You see the stairs upwards, and you see the out of order elevator. There's also the sealed door in the training room that nobody went to yet. That's sealed, that doesn't have a handle on it.
Mm-hmm.
First, noticing the weapon, I guess I look over at Liam and Geist and say, "Should we take that with us, or destroy it?"
I probably can't even carry it, so I'm okay with smashing it carefully, or at least bending it so it's useless.
No. We could take it back. We can always use more supplies.
It just looks dangerous. I don't want someone to get hurt.
Exactly.
That's why we could take it back to the longsword base. Give it out to our staff.
They can use it? Jeez, it looks heavy.
There is no staff.
Yet.
there was never no staff. It's the magic essence that Platemaster has left on the mansion that keeps its upkeep. It was specifically mentioned that there is no staff, unless you count Tanya Vasilievich or Manny as staff.
She's our cleaning lady, Tanya.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much the only people I can refer to then, and especially Manny.
Yeah, I reach out and I grab the weapon. Is it heavy? It's lightly.
Yeah, it's heavy. Well, it's not heavy for you per se, but it's heavy enough where you think somebody like Liam wouldn't be able to use it, or if he would, it would shoot him across the room with the recoil alone.
Oh, Jesus. Does it have a strap or anything?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, then I'll pull it out as much as it goes and then put it on.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you, Mr. Terminator.
What? I'm not
Movie references. And they all go.
All these beauties that just go straight past you.
And Geist has no sense of humor. Is there a printer in this room?
Yeah, there's a printer with no paper on it, but it's smashed.
So where are we going, guys?
Following these footprints. Now, do the footprints still continue, or?
You don't see any footprints with your naked eye anymore because the dust isn't as prevalent anymore in here. But
well, I mean, there's got to be another door, though, right?
Yeah, well, if they led to this room, which is the only place where they could have led, it's up the stairs is the only place where they could lead. But there's still that one room left that you didn't check before.
We should check the sealed door.
Good point.
Before going up.
Agreed. And he walks with the rest of them outwards towards that sealed room, and which is located in the larger area.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody arrives there, and Geist being able to just phase through it. Is Geist gonna do that, or what's the plan?
Yeah, he's going to, but he looks towards the others. I'm going to take a look and see. Well, actually, no, he doesn't, actually, because he realizes it might be pitch black, so kind of useless for him. So what he does instead is he looks back and goes, Mr. Brick, do you mind opening the door.
Mr. Rick slides up the door. I think I can knock it down.
Of course you can.
Just be gentle. We don't want to bring this place down.
Oh. He walks up. He kind of looks at it. He's like, "There's no handles." I guess he looks at the doors overlap at all.
Well, it's like it's a pretty smooth like there's the cliff face like wall, and then there's kind of like it goes like inwards, and then there's a smooth surface where there's what you see is basically there's the door that has like bolts on its sides. On both sides there's mirrors, and on one of the mirror surfaces there's a little kind of like key card type of slot computer thing. But there's no handles, and it doesn't really, there's no room for you to put your fingers into like at the edges or anything like
Can't
that.
you just push up against it?
I can break it. You didn't find any key cards or anything, right?
Even if we did, probably the electricity is out.
Okay. Then Mr. Brick kind of winds up. He kind of draws on all the power that he has.
Ugh.
And then
Liam kind of grabs his stone and starts to make constructs that kind of support the ceiling, and he kind of stands close to Geist.
Okay.
And then with a spin, he does a 360 and just slams his fist into the wall. Into the door. And he yells, "Wrecking Ball!" And uses his power attack that does double damage to structures.
Okay. Roll the d20.
19.
Damn! How do people keep getting these incredible results? Okay. Well, as you do that, like spinning around your own axis and doing that wrecking ball punch there. As you do it, the door goes inwards, like there's a huge bump, just and you can hear some of the bolts just fly off of it. But it's like after you've done it, it's like you feel this huge aching pain going through your joints at your wrist and through your elbow and into your shoulder, and it feels like it feels like a familiar kind of pain when you've pounded on a door like this.
Kind of steps back and begins rubbing his arm. He's like, that hurt.
And as you did that, by the way, the two mirrors also cracked. Like they didn't break, but they cracked. Like they didn't like drop like shards, but they broke from the pressure.
Holy shit! The door is not even open.
Did it bend at all, or this?
Yeah, it like bent inwards into this bump, like it was your fist went like this deep. But it's like it's something like titanium or something.
Yeah, that's a super thick door.
Yeah.
I don't think I can break it, guys. I'm sorry.
Really?
I mean, he kind of looks down at his fist, which I don't think he's ever felt pain before, and he's like, "This hurts."
Well, let me try something then. And Geist puts his hands on the door and attempts to phase the door out.
Okay, for that, I'm going to have to ask you also to roll for it.
I'm not really what skill to roll for that. I mean, it's
doesn't your phasing power have a score?
it just has ranks, but that's about it.
That's what you roll the rank score.
Yeah.
Yeah, just use your rank 10.
But well, that's the thing. It maxes out at 4 ranks, so it's. I mean,
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Well, in that case, since you do have the ability to phase people as well as objects, and the door isn't particularly big, it's just extremely tough. I'll say that when you phase it, it spreads almost like, uh, it spreads like, this slow, kind of like when you concentrate on it, it spreads very like on it. It just doesn't, like, in a blink of an eye, get phased, but it does get phased after a little bit, and you manage to phase the door itself.
But I will say that this door is extremely heavy, and as he does so, as he puts his hands on it, he can't hold that object up for too much, not even for that long really, and he just can only push his hands up against it and kind of put his weight upon it as you can see his hands trailing down with the object as well, to the point where he phases to keep up with the object's pace as the door kind of just phases down, and again, it just looks like the door is just melting through the ground itself, along with Geist. And after a while, only about like a foot is sticking up out of the ground, and there you see Geist floating right back up.
Okay. Well, behind
Wow.
that door
It's a dragon.
is what?
Sorry, is a dragon.
No.
Close the door. Close the
Behind
door.
that door. Behind that door is a single room, which is a very small room. It's also covered all the way around it in that same sort of metallic material that the door was. The mirrors are also on the exact opposite ends of the mirrors that were cracked on the outside of the door. But inside, all you find is basically a bunk bed for someone big. And Mr. Brick gets a flashback, basically. It's this whole place, this whole training area. You get these kind of flashes of remembering being in this kind of secluded little isolation kind of a cell when it came to you being alone. And when it came time for you to be tested and trained and put through trials and whatnot, you would like hear people, like muffled voices of people behind it before you would hear this kind of a before this massive door would open, and it would lead you to a room full of that was lit with like fluorescent bright lights, and it had like white floors with like markings on it, and completely like great looking, this kind of gymnasium looking kind of like a place with people in lab coats, and getting like you get this kind of a memory of different kinds of things that have been there, like there's very little memory of specific things, like let's say there's this gun there. Was this gun there to prevent someone like you if you went haywire? Was it like to take strong enough to take you down, or was it something that was like tested on you to see how tough you were, or something like that? And the hole that you saw on the wall also looked very familiar as well, in terms of the little vague memory that you had about the about your fist punching through a pile of bricks through the ground. This looks kind of like your starting off point with that, as the place has started to crumble while you've been in underground here.
So that definitely is like 100% is the lab that I was in.
You can't be sure of that. This is not a you can't. Well, it's very similar to that, and the thing is that when it comes to a laboratory, the actual research laboratory is not where you were held either, because you were held in a controlled environment, like a training facility, like a gymnasium with like armored doors and security all around you. This whole place was sectioned off into three different buildings, so most likely this building is not the laboratory. The laboratory is most likely one of the two other buildings, but this is without a doubt a laboratory facility in all combined.
Good guys, Liam, this looks familiar. This is maybe not the same, but like where they would just experiment on me.
What?
You know, Mr. Rick steps over the little titanium wall that's now there and steps into the room and kind of just looks around. Yeah, this is similar to where I was kept. I don't remember a lot. I was young, but they would test us and see how strong I was or resilient I was.
Holy shit.
This isn't where I stayed all the time, though, I don't think. I remember the lab more when I was younger.
You grow up in a place like this.
You see him looking around. Yes, similar to this, I think. It feels familiar.
But
Though I remember more labs, like more, there were other people, some. I didn't really get to spend time with them, but I saw them.
who did this to you? Who kept you here?
You see, it has a blank expression. I don't know. I was here from the first memories that I remember. When I was young, when I was small.
I kind of look at Geist and say, you know what's going on here? Who does this place belong to?
I have really no idea. There could have been a number of factions, companies, corporations that could have been behind it. This was a busy city back in its heyday. A facility like this, though, to go on so unnoticed, doesn't surprise me. All the more better for us to find out who was in here. The paperwork. Hardly any of it left. They must have gone through all the trouble of trying to collect it. That would have provided us with clues as to who this facility belonged to. Someone had money put into this place, that's for sure.
Guys, why would they take the blank paper?
Perhaps it wasn't blank.
So this place is a dead end, right? I kind of look over the 1 foot kind of step, and this is just a bunk.
Yes, it appears so. But he does look around to see if there's any real evidence that he can gather.
Nothing really in that room. Oh yeah. Besides that, of course, there's a little toilet there. Very much in this kind of what's the term? Solitary confinement cell. Very much in that sense.
Yeah, it's a room that I could not go out, or someone like me.
All right, so we should get back to where we came from and either go up the stairs or down the elevator.
There's also the tunnel that goes up.
Oh yeah. So what kind of tunnel was that? Where was it?
We walked by it, so I walked back over and pointed out to them. And then I can actually pull out, reach into my pouch and go, "Oh yeah," and I show them the bricks with the fingernails in it. I don't know. Yeah.
Wait, but this doesn't look like it was part of the building. It was just made, roughly.
Someone could be filling in the hole. And this, and he looks over towards that fingernail, kind of looks at it. His eyes narrow, though you cannot see this. Hmm. Could someone be buried there?
The pebble with the fingernail looks exactly like Mr. Brick's skin. It looks like something that could have flown off of someone's hand when they would have punched tons and tons and tons of a rock face of a wall, and then brick and soil to break their way through out of a prison facility like this some time ago.
Oh, with that, he actually looks at Mr. Brick's hand and sees if there's any correlation between the two.
You might be able to find maybe a small hint of something, maybe a little bit of a pigment change here and there on some of his maybe smaller fingers or something like that. But if he would have lost his fingernail 5 years ago within that time without him noticing, it would have, without a doubt, grown back up naturally.
From Mr. Brick, he regenerates, so from his point of view, he might not even notice.
Yeah.
No, he didn't even get that. It could be his finger. I did. He's like, "You think that's fine?"
It could very well be. You said before that this was a place that you would have stayed in.
It could be, yes. Do you think this is the tunnel that I climbed out of?
It all seems to fit the picture. The tunnel, this place, your memories, they all seem to tie together here. I mean, you tell me, Mr. Brick. And he walks over towards that tunnel. Does this look like something you would have been able to do?
He looks and he says, "Yes, pretty easily, I think."
And that's how you remember getting out, isn't it?
It's like, I remember being stuck and digging my way up. There was a big explosion and being in the darkness, the black. And I remember waiting, searching around, but unable to find anything. Eventually, I just started digging. And then, I don't know how long it took, but I managed to break free into the sunlight.
Well, then there's a fair chance this was your place.
Maybe. But this isn't where they would have done the lab work. This is where they would have maybe tested stuff.
Well, there was the other area below, which had smaller rooms. I haven't visited many labs, but usually hospitals and stuff have smaller rooms and separate paying things, so that might be it.
That makes sense. I don't want to climb up the hole. And we go the other way.
Of course. You coming, guys?
Yes. Let's head up the stairs.
Okay. When you guys get to the stairs, there's nothing really special about them there. The stairs lead upwards, and they lead to a. They kind of go like one flight, then like they turn, and then they kind of go in a spiral, but in a rectangular kind of way, you know. And they lead to basically the surface level where it opens up into well, there's another set of doors that are all again like not torn off of their hinges, but they're kind of like open, like they're not like these heavy-duty metal doors. They're just kind of like double doors that are kind of open, and they lead to a room that's on surface level, where you can immediately see the elevator shaft there. It's most likely just one story elevator thing for you to bring stuff down that you can't bring downstairs. And there's a reception area where there's kind of a clerk's desk that again has all the kind of the little everything has been torn open. There's pencils and staplers and whatnot everywhere. There's a computer screen that's cracked on the ground and all that. And there's not a single sign of a single shred of paper there. And there's also like a section for a coffee dispenser and these kind of break room kind of things there as well. And there's two doors. One of them clearly looks like a door that leads outside with on the wall again like a clear marking where papers have once hung from a nail or rather a hook where still a shred of paper is hanging where somebody has torn a paper off. And there's another room that a door with the door open that leads to simply just a locker room. A small little locker room there.
These bastards have been thorough.
I'll say. He begins looking through, trying to find any sort of evidence. Now, this one's not nearly as dusty as before, I'm assuming.
No, not at all. Most of the dust and rubble and all that was in the gymnasium room there because of its huge ceiling. So there was a lot to drop down from, and it was basically underground to the point where if stuff was going on top of it on the courtyard, it was felt down below. But this, I'm sorry, I forgot this. Of course, this has all sorts of damage on its walls and all that because this is ground level. Yeah, of course. The walls, there's all sorts of parts where the walls are clearly like thinner on the outside, where there's entire pieces missing, but there's no like see-through. It doesn't completely go through the wall, where there's mostly just a thin layer holding the wall from being a see-through completely. There's cracks on the walls. There's cracks on the ceiling, and there's some of the lights, the fluorescent lights from the ceiling, have also like crashed and broken down on the floor there. And there's also lots of burn marks on a lot of edges of a lot of the desks and whatnot.
All right, so with that in mind, he's going to keep following this on outwards. We're into the reception area and stuff, and I can't imagine that there'd be anything else in there. He'll look towards the others. Well, it appears that there's really not much left here. Whatever information that was here is gone now.
You don't want to go and check out the other area?
Of course. I'm just saying this area here in particular is empty, unfortunately.
You say so. You're the detective.
And with that, he's going to go ahead and walk out and head toward the other area as well.
Okay. As you go and open the front door there, you can see that it's starting to rain outside. Not heavy rain, but still the kind where if you would just stand outside in the rain, you would get wet. Just a little bit of a thunder just in the distance and rainfall. And as you come to the courtyard again, you can see that there's all sorts of like these bricks and whatnot, all this stuff, everything that's very much like a bombarded city or something like that. Just stuff everywhere on the courtyard there, and just kind of this decimated landscape with like craters here, small craters here and there, and just that kind of a war zone like looking ruined place.
I hand a huge ass umbrella to Mr. Brick, and I have a very stylish umbrella. Like it goes up, and I just stand under it.
Yeah, like Totoro.
Hey, thank you, William. I don't mind getting wet, but
You're right, guys, or do you need an umbrella as well?
He holds his hand up. I'm fine.
All right.
I'll be inside shortly anyways. And he just kind of phases through the door.
Yeah. As you stepped outside into the rain there, the building that's right across from you is the other sort of smaller facility, and onto your right basically is the large building. And the large building is also like a victim of bombardment and that kind of in terms of its appearance, and it also looks very run down. But the building in front of you, like I mentioned before, it has this giant hole on its side, and it's very much like this. It's suffered substantially more heavier loss. It looks like it's the kind of thing that if it was made out of wood, you could just push it and it would just crumble down, kind of thing. But it's made out of brick and steel beams and all that, so it stands. But it's really like you will feel the rain inside.
Well, Geist will kind of... He won't mind that the rain is like hitting his body or anything. It doesn't really bother him that much. He walks through there. He walks through that large opening that is there in that room. He begins looking around, trying to find another entrance that goes deeper inside.
Like what? You're going through the front door, or you're going through the hole in the wall, or what?
The hole in the wall.
Okay. As you go through the hole in the wall, you notice that basically the building at this point where you're entering in, it's a collection of different kinds of steel cabinets and desks and tables and slabs and gurneys and all this kind of like thing. You've now stepped into what it looks to be a 100% like a laboratory section, where everything is like a stainless steel, like smooth surface, except for, of course, all the rubble and damage it suffered in the place breaking down. Its floors are also, they look like they're very like hospital floor looking, this kind of stuff. Basically what you see around you is multiple slabs, multiple like tables where that have been like there's a slab like metal table, and then there's like a gurney that like in an execution room where it's like the kind of like a cross shaped, and there's also sort of like the gurneys and the slabs all have like straps attached to them, and there's you see all sorts of utensils on the floor that have been tossed everywhere, that have been blown off everywhere. some of them are like saws and syringes and all these kinds of things. But there's also all sorts of imaginatively like horrible things that if they're tools, then you shudder to think what sort of purpose they were made for, because they look more like strange nutcrackers or drills or all sorts of strange things that look like, oh, they strap along someone's face, but why are they going into why are these kind of things that you can plug syringes on going for the eyes and all these kinds of things, where something is like a neck brace but it has like hoses going through the mouth hole kind of positioning, and all these kind of weird ass, kind of horror movie kind of utensils and tools all around, and it's a large area again. Like it's a very open area with very little rooms. There's like the reception room. There's a locker room. There's kind of a middle room of where it looks like it's for disinfecting yourself and all that. And then it's this laboratory that also has a single door that says, that has a picture of like a stick figure going downstairs. And as you're going through this laboratory, well, yeah, pretty much. There's all sorts of like test tubes and all these kind of things that are also being crashed. But there's also old stains and spots on the floor that have been like clearly like something chemical has been dropped there and it's left a stain and all that sort of thing. It's just completely like smashed and destroyed, and not a single shred of a single piece of paper there.
Well, is there a door that leads to the lower section that we were told about?
Yeah.
He begins to head down that when he opens that door up and looks towards the others. This place looks pretty smashed up as well. However, we might find something downstairs.
Liam kind of stands there very casually, still, even though he's inside holding up the umbrella, because there's some rain coming in. He's like, yeah, sure, lead the way.
Liam, you should stay close to Geist in case something collapses. I can't stop the whole building from crushing you, but Geist can make you insubstantial.
We should both probably stay close to Geist, and I kind of put a hand on his back and kind of, come on, man.
Kind of steps forward and moves down towards the staircase.
As I kind of lead Mr. Brick forward with a friendly, camaraderie hand kind of on his back, he kind of looks to the side to all these horrible tools and things and that sort of stuff, and his eyes dart to Mr. Brick, and he shudders for a moment, and they just walk over to where Geist went.
Okay.
And of course, as Geist walks down the stairs, he thinks to himself the horrible implications that Liam is also thinking of with these horrible contraptions and such. You can only imagine the kind of horror that went on, and he thinks to himself how this could have gone on under the watchful eye of the bucklers. What else was hidden amongst this city? What more cancer was lurking that we couldn't have gotten a hold of? And that thought just makes him angrier, knowing that there was more that they could have done and yet didn't.
As you go down the stairs, you come across the room, the door that leads to the room below. But in front of that door, you notice something else. You notice a dead body. You notice a dead body of a woman in civilian clothing that looks to be maybe 4 years old or so in terms of
Mhm.
decomposition, and she's in her position is basically to be like this, and her neck is clearly broken severely to the point where it's almost laying on her shoulder, and there's a woman's purse next to her body that's clearly been torn open like that, with all the insides just everywhere. All these sort of common things that you would find in a woman's purse, kind of all around it, scattered, but nothing really that makes you like stands out. But yeah, the door is still there. It's closed, and this woman wearing very much like this casual outdoors clothes of someone who's like, yeah.
How long has she been dead?
Well, the body looks around 4 years old.
Oh, body's 4 years old. Gotcha. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. It's not a 4-year-old. It's the
That's what I
body
think.
has been
I'm
dead
like,
for
I'm
4
like, oh my
years.
god, this is awful. All right,
Yeah.
I'm like a
Oh,
4-year-old.
if it's an adult, then fine. Break their
I mean,
neck.
it's still awful,
See
but
if I
I mean,
care.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what you see in front of you there.
Geist crouches down and begins observing the now fully decayed corpse, which is mostly skeleton now, I would imagine. Bones picked clean by the rats. Looking at the clothing, all tattered and ruined, and the purse. He looks at it, picks it up a little bit. Judging by how it was like ripped open a bit, someone ravagely, just. Of course, it doesn't take super strength to do that, and so he just kind of mildly pushed that off to the side. Nothing else. Is there anything inside the purse, or is it like completely?
The purse itself is just inside out, completely torn, but all the
Oh,
stuff that's scattered there, they're like your average, stuff. Some makeup stuff, a little purse, a little mirror, some, a cell phone that's been, crushed, stuff like that.
Yeah, there's no ID though.
No.
Okay, I figured as much. Looking around, not being able to find an ID, not really knowing who this person is. He does, however, look down towards the skull, and he does take the tooth out. Right, he'll go down and.
For DNA thing.
It's also for dental identification of a body, something that they often use in forensics. So, he'll often take that, and you'll see him kind of jarring a little bit with his finger, but he'll kind of phase out that tooth, and then take it right out cleanly, and then holding it right there in his fingers. Well, at least we have some evidence here. She has no identification on her, but hopefully we can get something positive with this. And then clasp it in his hands and puts it away in a pocket.
Okay.
And then afterwards, if no one else has anything else to really add, he'll continue on down.
Mr.
Okay.
Bright just points at her neck and says, "She was definitely strangled. Her neck is snapped. I've seen it many times."
Well, she's no longer in pain. That's a good thing. Anything interesting there, guys?
No identification, no other papers. Someone went through some trouble to make sure that we didn't identify who this body was. However, there are bones and teeth, and we can use that to identify who she was, hopefully. But our resources are limited. It'll take some time, but it's better than nothing.
All right. Shall we move on?
We shall. And he moves down.
Okay. The door again isn't like a sealed door or anything. It opens up if you just turn the handle and push.
Oh, he opens it right up.
Okay.
Walks right in.
As you walk in, it opens up into a again, like this is just below the surface of the earth, and as you go there, it opens up into a single room that's very like it's lengthy and it's not that wide. It has all sorts of like strollers and these kind of slabs with wheels on them that you could fit a human being on a body bag or something like that. There are indeed body bags that have been torn open on the floor as well. But the thing that strikes you the most is that there's one at the very back end and one at the almost very other end. Two of these tubes that Mr. Brick found in the docks in the warehouse of Ironside, and they're both broken. You can see that there's slots for 12 of these. Mr. Brick found 10 in the docks, and there was the control group of 10 kids that were kidnapped, and here it seems that there were 12, and there's 2 broken down ones that have been left behind. And as soon as you kind of see that, you all of a sudden hear from behind all of you, from the top floor, you wouldn't perhaps have heard the first footsteps, but because they suddenly get spooked and scurry away in running, in a fast run, you hear just, plain shoeless footprints, just this slapping, just you hear someone running away barefoot up the stairs in the lab facility, as you also hear the rain getting harder outside.
Was this in the stairs we came down from, or what?
Yeah,
what was
it was like there was the surface level. There you had to go to from the hole in the wall room to through the door and down the stairs, and then when you opened the door, you saw what was in there, and at that point you heard from the upstairs room all you heard was the scurrying away of bare footprints, or bare feet, just like the edge of your ear, just like, huh, and that's all you noticed. All else was completely unbeknownst.
No, at that moment he completely reacts and he takes a deep breath as he holds it in. And then he goes insubstantial and blasts straight up at full speed towards the direction of those footsteps, going through all the objects that he can.
Okay. What about the two of you, Liam and Mr. Brick?
Could I make out if it was one pair of feet or just 2?
You could make out that it was clearly just one.
One. Okay. I leave the one that ran to Geist, and I kind of light some light here with either a torch or something, because it's probably really dark still here, right?
Yeah, when you go down the stairs it is, but because of the lack of proper roof and all the holes in the walls and all that, a lot of the natural light from outside, what little light there is, but still gets in enough where your eyes very quickly get used to it, and you can see around in the lab and all that. But down below, there's no light there.
I kind of light a torch and I look around and I say, "Hello? Is anybody here?"
Okay. While you're doing that, what's Mr. Brick doing?
As right as Geist, turns insubstantial and flies away, and he calls out, Mr. Brick is pointing. Those are the things that I saw at the. And then he kind of like Geist takes off, and he's like stuck, and he's looking around. He's like, Liam, those are the things that those tubes.
Yeah.
Put the kids in.
I figured as much. I'm assuming that the kids that were in there escaped. It's a good thing we're here to help them. I kind of say it a bit louder. louder.
All right. Okay, Geist, you shoot through the floor there, or through the soil there, up to the up through the surface of the earth. My goddamn English is failing me. And as you spurt up from the ground, the rain has turned pretty heavy. Your lenses are getting kind of wet. Oh no, they are insubstantial. They are not getting wet. But still, it's like the sight is a little bit affected by the rain. But you definitely, when you shoot up, you see that a little bit in front of you. You see a two-legged, two-armed, human-like figure scurrying away from you, almost like a scared animal or something. And it's running to the direction of the big building that also has holes everywhere around its walls for easy access and whatnot.
Oh, he goes right straight for it, man. He flies Superman style right towards it.
Okay. As you get basically as you catch up to it, it's at the point of entry into the building itself, and out of the rain. And it's just as you arrive there that there is this very strong shadow that kind of falls on top of this this person there, where you can make out its silhouette easily, but and its kind of glowing eyes, but still it's like shrouded by a shadow of a cracked wall that's kind of placing a shadow on top of its face, whatever, whatnot. Yeah, yeah, and that's when you arrive there. Bam, and once you've basically arrived at the front of it, you startle it quite a lot, and it immediately like reacts with just like this hissing and this gasp. It just kind of as you arrive right at its face.
I stand there, hovering over top of it, my arms crossed, my feet still levitating above the ground, slightly bent at the knees, and I stare down upon it. You there. You're the one collecting the papers inside these buildings.
You're not getting them, you thieves! And it starts to try and run away deeper into the building.
He cuts him off if he can, using his flight speed. Just flies in front of him and tells him, answer the question.
Okay. As you block its path, are you insubstantial?
Currently, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, it doesn't really realize that. As it comes towards you, it tries to like shove you out of the way. As it comes, you can see like the very half second before it would hit you if you were substantial, like the shadow dissipates from in front of it, and what you see in front of you basically is kind of a female version of Ephialtes from 300, kind of this very deformed, hunchback, completely like mangled face, teeth sticking here and there, with one eye small, one eye big, one hand big into this fist, and one not, and this kind of bent, contorted, kind of like joints there, and all the bits that are deformed with her are exactly like Mr. Brick's skin, except for at some points where it like really bulges, or like the hump on her back, it's like really like it becomes like this these growths, and it's kind of like the Elephant Man kind of thing, but but of brick and cement and these kind of looking things, and she comes and she's about to swing a fist through you, and she immediately like stumbles as she goes through you, just like almost losing her footing, but not quite, but still like staggering.
He turns around and begins to tap into his communicator. Brick, Liam, get up here now. I'm in the secondary building. We have a guest. And with that, he stares down at this figure, this deformed person in front of him. Now look here. Did you or did you not take those papers? Where are they at?
You'll never get them, you thieves! And she tries to run away from you.
Yes,
Liam
here
kind of
go.
communicates. There might still be one of those things down here. Shouldn't we try to find it?
I'm currently engaged with one up here. And apparently it knows about the papers. It just told me I wasn't gonna find them.
Fair enough. I start to head upstairs.
Be careful. I think it's just as strong, or at least has superhuman strength.
Mr. Brick doesn't even say anything. He just kind of reaches out, grabs Liam by the arm, and just kind of drags him up the stairs as fast as he can.
Okay, I'm coming.
With that, Geist gives chase towards this figure running, and he will try to cut it off each and every time.
Okay. Well, cutting her off. How? If you're being insubstantial, are you?
Well, I mean, basically, like letting it know that, like, you know, no matter where you're gonna go, I will be there, like right there, like a ghost, just phasing through each and every object, being relentless.
Okay. Well, she keeps running away, and she runs to stairs, and she runs through like she jumps into ledges and like pulls herself up, and all these kind of different things. As you are always there, she always tries to like do a running clothesline on you as she runs to you, but always tends to go right through you as you're being insubstantial and all that. But you see that at some point she begins to kind of wane as she's running, and she kind of stops a little bit and kind of huffs her breath, you know, and huffs and puffs there, and says like there's no beating you. I won't let you have it. I won't. And she runs off again.
He gives chase in this rain as it pours down, and she is wet and out of breath. He still gives chase. This silent visage, as he informs the others, I'm currently chasing her down now.
Where are you at?
He looks back. What would you say, Jonas?
3rd floor east.
3rd floor east.
3rd floor east. I kind of look around. Which way's east?
Mr. Brick goes the same way. Oh, I don't know.
I kind of look. Most buildings are over there. We'll head over there.
Yeah,
Well, meanwhile, while they're figuring it out, the creature that Liam is chasing at some point makes a turn and comes to a door that's closed with. The door has multiple locks on it that clearly like have been added later on. And she takes a running start and she kicks the door as hard as she clearly can, and the door snaps off its hinges from the hinge side, not the lock side, and kind of breaks down from there. And she enters basically by kicking through the door into a room that's filled with paper, that has mounds, a huge pile of paper. And as soon as she gets there, she starts to grab them and tear them apart.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, as soon as like he just bolts straight for her and then like grabs her and makes her insubstantial and just kind of tackles her out through the other side, outside while still holding on to her, but while at the same time she's now insubstantial, so there'll be no more paper tearing for her.
Okay. She manages to tear a few papers, but not too much.
And as he grabs her, he holds on to her and goes, "You're not tearing up anything else."
Where exactly were you taking her from?
Oh, we're just floating outside the building right now.
Oh, okay. So the heavy rain is falling down on her as well. And did you say that she's no longer insubstantial, where you're just holding her? Or...
No. She is currently insubstantial right now.
Okay.
Just to make sure that she doesn't get accidentally phased through bits and pieces of like stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Well, she's there. The heavy rain is pouring down, and before basically Liam and Mr. Brick manage to figure out where to go, this already has occurred. Like this, pretty much at the time when you figure out where you should go. From through the wall, you can see that Liam, that Geist is like holding up someone, some kind of creature, something that's like flailing around like crazy, and hissing.
I reach out and grab him under the arm, and then just leap the distance over to there.
Ah!
Okay, well, yeah, the distance
What
is...
the?
You will have to break through a wall to get to that floor.
I thought
But won't be...
I thought we could see her.
What?
Oh, we can't see him? I thought we could see them outside.
Yeah, but he's floating in the air.
Right. I mean, I'm not trying to go to the height. I'm saying I'm just landing near where he is. Instead of running around the building, I'm trying to go up and over and land below him, I guess would be. Does that make sense? Or is he hovering like over the building?
I think he just came like through the wall. He was in the third floor. He's in the air, hovering like his back pretty close to the wall of the building. I'm pretty like you could leap to his height level by leaping and crashing, smashing through one of the walls.
Right. What I was saying is I just wanted to land near him. I mean, we could run over there, but I mean, it's just quicker for me just to jump the distance and land below them, right?
Yeah, sure. So you're still like on ground level.
Yeah, I'm still on ground level. Yeah.
Okay.
I assume Geist can bring her down. I don't think he's stuck
He's at the moment he's 3 stories up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get to there.
I was so much thinking about you going upwards then.
No, if I could float, it'd be awesome. But no, I just drop right below him.
Okay.
Motherfucker! What the hell's wrong with you?
But it was quicker, Leo. They're right above us now.
Jesus Christ!
And that's not even as far as I can jump.
Well, good on ya. Jesus, man.
Okay. What's happening with Geist up in the air?
Oh, Geist is tangling with this struggle. Mr. Brick, I got a package for you. It's a lively one. Be careful. I'm going to drop it down to you now.
Oh, okay.
And he kind of hovers over towards your position while this person, and then he just lets go. As he lets go, she becomes substantial again. She has solid mass as she falls straight down to Mr. Brick.
Okay. Well, right in front of the feet of Mr. Brick and Liam, you see that this creature falls 3 stories and lands on the ground. And,
wait, no.
Oh, okay. You want to catch her? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what he meant, right, guys?
Oh, okay.
I hope that's
Sorry.
right. Otherwise,
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. He's not that much of a dick, man. He wasn't going to try to kill her. He was just
Well,
when he said package, he was just going to. That's why I said he hovered over top of Mr. Brick. He was just going to drop her and let him catch her.
okay.
Oh, oh
Yeah.
boy.
I'm tired as hell. Okay. Yeah. Catch her. What is it you're gonna do? Okay.
Yeah, I have fast grab and improved grab uh, as part of my things as well. So
Okay. Throw it.
what is that? Just going to be a strength or agility? I don't know, fighting, right?
Well, Liam is probably not going to be like, oh, he's going to catch somebody that falls 3 feet of 3 storage. So he kind of creates like this air cushion underneath her, like so that it'll land.
Okay.
I got 8.
Okay. Well, 8 plus that.
5 plus 2 plus 7 is 15.
Okay. Well, what happens is as she drops, you basically as you go grab her, you don't grab her perfectly, where you grab her upper body, but her if the Liam's mattress wouldn't have been there, her legs might have whipped to the ground and she might have injured her ankles pretty bad. But even though your body is basically brick, when you grab someone, it can't be a soft landing anyway. But still, like when you grab her, her legs still whip on the mattress that Liam made as a construct on the ground below her, and she's just completely like startled first. Like when you grab her, like you first of all you see this gray creature in front of you that's completely deformed, very much like Ephialtes or the Elephant Man or something like that. And you know, she has hair, like long, like greasy, tangled hair, you know, and sharp teeth that, you know, like it feel like her gums are protruding so far that she can hardly even like spread her teeth when she needs to talk, and she's just, you know, mangled up and uh, uh, deformed and all that. And as you grab her, she's startled and she turns. She kind of looks at the arms that are holding her, and she kind of slowly turns her head like upwards to look at Mr. Brick, and you can see that she's not making a single word. She's kind of like just like her. She looks completely dumbfounded with her jaw just. Uh,
It's okay, little one. Just stay still. You're safe.
You came back!
Oh.
No, no, I'm not worthy. No, let me go, please.
No, just calm down. He'll kind of like not squeeze her heart. I don't want to hurt her, obviously. I don't know how powerful she is. Just stay calm. It'll be all right. You're worthy. You know who I am.
You're the alpha. You're the answer to all our questions. You're the reason for our existence.
Oh no!
Oh.
He kind of rests his head in his hand.
You can see that from his expression, he's totally out of his league of what to say. What is your name?
My name is 655331.
It's 66531. It's my name is Mr. Brick. This is my friend Liam and my friend Geist. You're safe here.
Hi there. It's very nice to meet you.
He's not here to steal my treasures.
No, no, we're not here to steal. We came to find you.
They took my machines. I was so close, at least I think, till they stole my machines.
What machines did they steal from you?
The ones downstairs. There's only the faulty ones left now. I can't restart this program now. And she's dead too. Without her, I can't start this program either.
Your sister?
She's not my sister. She's my torturer.
Oh, I see, I see. Okay.
She
And
came here years ago. Maybe out of guilt or whatnot. I remember her. She's
oh,
one
you
of
mean
the
the one
nurses from this place.
you mean the woman down the stairs?
She tried to escape, and I couldn't let her, so I had to kill her. She's dead now.
There were two tubes in the building over there. You came out of
Yes,
one, right?
faulty, broken, destroyed, not working. I'm not an engineer.
No, no, I get that. I get that. That's okay. But maybe we can help you.
If you can help me, we can start this place all over again. We can get a new batch of children here. We'll start it over, and we will find the right answers we need. We'll finally have peace. We'll know what the end result is, what the end game is supposed to be. Now that he's here, and
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
kind of like in this kind of like subservient way, rubbing a little bit of Mr. Brick's foot there. Now that you're here, it can all be well. I took every single piece of paper that has any graph, any chemical compound marked down on it. I can't
Good
read
on
it,
you.
but it's all there. It should be all there to start the project again, so that we didn't suffer for nothing. It has to amount to something, hasn't it?
It
It
does.
amounted to you.
It does. So, you said you're looking for answers. What are the questions?
Why? What is the end game? If he wasn't the finished end game, they tested all these things on us so that they would be safe to test on him because he's the only stable one.
Ah, I see, I see.
But it can't be. This can't be simply. It can't be simply this. It has to be something more. It had to. The research couldn't have been done at the point when this place broke down. When the Superwoman came here, it blew up.
She attacked the place, right? And she destroyed everything.
They destroyed everything. I was only fortunate enough to be the one being experimented on at that point by the head researcher. I tore off his ear. It's also there in the room. The ear, I kept it.
Okay,
But
okay.
I managed to stick myself in the floor sewers. I managed to survive, even though I almost suffocated. But when I came to, there was no one here. Only scolding bodies here and there. I
Ah,
didn't
yeah.
find everyone I was looking for.
Are you still the only one left? Is there anyone
Yes.
else here?
There's no one else here.
No? Oh, then I'm glad we found you because we're gonna help you, right?
We're gonna rebuild this place, right?
Well,
You're gonna help me rebuild this place, right?
we're gonna see what we can do. Yeah, definitely.
Perfect. It's perfect. I will help you get the children first. And
No. Wait.
From-
We have to first start to go through the papers. You know, you probably already read all of them, right?
Yeah, I can't read.
You can read. Well, there you go. We can. So we can start going through the papers, but you need to stay here with us.
Well, you're with the Alpha, so.
Yeah, you stay with the Alpha. That's okay.
This place is not safe. We should bring the papers and the machines to our safe mansion, right?
I'm leaving this place.
You
No,
have
that's okay. That's okay.
I've never been outside the walls. You're not allowed to go outside the wall.
But what if the Alpha goes outside the walls? Wouldn't you want to go with him?
I don't know.
we can go outside the walls. I have been outside the walls.
Are you hungry?
Yes.
Well, you too, Mr. Brick, but I mean this lovely woman over here.
Yeah. I had a rat yesterday.
Well, here you go. I offer her a protein bar. It's not really tasty, but it fills you up really good. You can try it if you want to.
Actually, we have a place that has really good food. Better than anything I've ever eaten. Better than the paste that we used to get.
You want to try it?
Where the Alpha goes.
Yeah, he's probably gonna go with us. But here, I just take off the wrapping and I kind of bite off a bit and it's not really tasty, but it's just it fills you up. Here.
She kind of grabs it from your hand and just kind of just kind of.
There you go. It's not really good, is it? But maybe better than rat. I haven't eaten rats ever, really. Which you like better?
It's dry.
It is dry, isn't it?
Here, and you see Mr. Brick reaches into one of his pouches and pulls out one of the lollipops that he has for the kids, and he hands it to her. He says, "This tastes much better, and I only give these to special people."
She grabs it and starts to try and bite it.
Oh. You take the stuff off the... No, you eat just the round, the ground green part. Just, you know your colors.
She just starts to... But she kind of bites the stick
Bites
part,
into it, doesn't even,
and then just go...
Yeah, you don't eat the white part. That's fine. That'll come out, I think.
Yeah, definitely. You're fine. Here you go. Well, I'm sorry that our friend gave you a little bit of a scare, that we didn't communicate properly why we were here. Are you okay now?
I guess.
Good, good. Are you going to show us the papers that you collected so diligently for the Alpha? So properly for the Alpha?
Well, if you're going to read them, I start the project again, I guess. But
Come on, bring us to there if you want.
she kind of shuffles off.
I like to say that at this time, Geist is already in. While they caught her, she's gone in. He's gone inside and just started rummaging through all the paper already,
Okay.
gathering mounds and mounds of paperwork.
Okay, I'll just say this: the level of scientific, basically lingo and graphs that are being used in all papers that you find there is on the level where basically it's as if you would find magical tomes that would need someone like Liam to find them. You would need someone scientifically on the level of Liam to basically this.
Oh no, he wasn't reading through them. He's just gathering them up and just putting them in piles to be transported because at this time, as far as he's concerned, we've done deal. We've got it.
Okay.
So how much paper is it?
Well, I would say something like maybe 1,000 pounds in weight.
Oh, okay. Can we get it in the Black Cat or?
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt.
Okay, well then I kind of make I kind of make boxes which are sturdy against the rain, and we can just start putting stuff in those boxes.
Okay. You'll just need to concentrate on those so so you don't lose the boxes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. What's everybody doing while Liam is doing the boxes and helping, guys put the papers there? What's Mr. Brick doing?
I'm gonna take 55361 down to the basement where the pods are, and I'm gonna help, talk to her, be like, "We need to take these pods. You think you can help me get them free?"
What?
He reaches up and he grabs one of the pods and starts just shaking it, trying to break it free from its binding.
Oh yeah, okay. She just goes.
Starts unplugging. Okay,
Yeah.
all right. You can just get the other one, and then I will finish this off. And then, basically we're fish freeing them, getting them ready to be transported.
She goes and she has one of her arms is clearly bigger than the other, and the other is a little bit shriveled up to the point where she grabs only with the other arm and starts she has the strength to pull it, but it just kind of goes through the floor just. That's just pulling on them.
Is her skin like mine all over, or does she have
it's only like that in the deformed parts, and in the deformed parts, some of the parts that are really swollen, the parts that it's the most swollen, it's not even. It looks more like kind of like concrete more than brick, where it looks more like a warty that way, or like a growth or something like that,
Yeah.
Where it clearly looks like it's unstable, or it was unstable, where it hasn't gone down smoothly and all that, and yeah, and she's just pulling on it.
Just so we're clear, I don't actually need to keep concentrating on the boxes.
Oh, okay, cool.
My constructs are permanent, so if I just make them, they're there until I destroy them.
Oh, okay, that's right. Okay, cool.
But as I see Mr. Brick kind of bringing this woman or girl away, and Geist and I are pretty much loading up the boxes to have them brought to the car, I look at Geist and say,
has anyone called Manny to bring the car there, the black cat there, because they're going to stay in the air,
Yeah. Guys should have called him during that time.
Okay. Okay, well, he's there in that case.
I kind of look at Geist and say, hey, did you kind of hear what we talked about with the thing, the woman? I think it's a woman.
No, I was inside trying to gather up all the paperwork. What was she talking about?
She's trying to restart this whole research kind of thing. That's why she gathered all these newspapers or these papers to kind of start things up. And I'm a little worried about her, perception of the world. She believes it's quite normal for her to, I believe, gather children to start experimenting on to see, continue research.
Ah, I see. She did speak of lies and me trying to steal her research when I was chasing her down. This makes sense now.
She actually, the skeletal woman we found whose neck was broken, she killed her.
She admitted this?
Yes.
Straightforward case now. We have an admittance of a crime. I think that she'll be taken care of quite easily. However, she does seem to have valuable information that we could utilize. We'll put her into a safe, contained area where she can't do any harm to anyone.
Do we have that in our own home?
Okay, well, at this point, I'm not quite sure if we do.
No,
Uh, okay,
really?
yeah,
No,
yeah,
you
yeah,
don't
yeah,
really have one.
yeah. That's what I figured. He's gonna look up at Liam and say, "I don't think there's very many facilities that could adequately hold her. Perhaps the Gulag, if you will, but that's not a suitable place. She's a valuable witness. We don't want her disappearing. We'll have to construct one. In the meantime, she has been pacified, I assume."
Well, she seems to have a great reference, loyalty, or at least admiration for Mr. Brick. It seems that, from what I gathered from the conversation, that she and many others were used to test upon to see what substances would be placed into Mr. Brick, because he was the only stable one, I believe she mentioned.
Stable. Interesting. No, this will be worth keeping her alive. We'll have to use her as a supreme witness in any case. She has a lot of valuable information, it seems.
Wait, just I'm not familiar what our end game is going to be, but a witness in what? Are we going to bring
Oh,
this to court, or what's going on?
perhaps witness was a stretch of a word, a different mindset from a different era. I was more or less referring to her information being valuable to us in the end game of what the barbarians may be planning.
Hmm.
Someone obviously stole the equipment, as you said, and she was ranting and raving about it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm perfectly okay with keeping her around, but she is definitely a liability.
I concur. Do you feel like you could create some sort of construct to hold her in for the time being?
I don't know. I mean, I suppose I could, but it would. How do I put this? I don't know the limits of her strength. If she's indeed as strong as Mr. Brick, she could break out.
I
The
see.
question is, do we want to keep her prisoner, or do we try to keep convincing her that we're on her side?
For the time being, we should be convincing her that we're on her side. If this keeps her pacified, good. It means that she's easier dealt with. For the time being, until we can come up with a means of properly containing her. Truth be told, Liam, we lack the facilities to do much.
I thought we were government funded. I mean, what the hell?
We're not that government funded. Most of the government funds go towards the police stations and making sure that Upper Town stays nice and cozy. All of
Damn.
our funds strictly come from Vaslovich and her strings that she can pull. Basically, with the Black Cat and the various other communications devices that we have was pretty much all of our budget spent.
Okay, well, it's your call, man. She can be a danger when she puts her mind to it. Maybe not to you, maybe not to Mr. Brick, but to the house and to the staff, and well, at an unguarded moment, maybe even to me.
He walks up towards the window and looks down. Hmm. How does Mr. Brick feel about the situation?
I haven't had the time or chance to talk to him about it.
You are correct in the fact that she is a huge liability, but she does contain information that is very precious to us.
Definitely.
We should keep her around long enough for this to be working for us. However, we could keep her here for the time being.
I don't know. She might do strange things if we keep her here, not under watch, with no papers to guard, and she wants to get everything up and running again. She might decide to start collecting children.
Perhaps Mr. Brick can persuade her otherwise.
All right. That could work.
Meanwhile, back down with the Mr. Brick and 655321. As the two of you have been, Mr. Brick can easily lift up. It's just the awkward shape and size. It's not the weight that much for Mr. Brick. He can easily bring one of the tubes there, and she can also drag it, but she can't lift it the way Mr. Brick can. So she's just still standing there at the base of the stairs, just kind of feeling feeling inadequate, you know.
We should not bring this one out until we have the black cat ready. We'll have to check.
The what?
We have a machine that flies through the air. You ever seen anything like that?
I saw you come in.
Where were the others when the Superwoman came and destroyed the
They're
lab?
all dead. She burned them all. I was just lucky because I was being experimented on at that moment. And I was able to stuff myself through the floor drainage pipes. All the others died.
And then you found yourself in the sewers?
I was nearly suffocated there. I had to back away. Back front. It wasn't easy. I came out.
Did you see the people that took the other tubes? The other 10 tubes?
I saw them. I didn't attack them, there were too many. But they didn't come for anything else. As soon as they left, I collected the rest of the papers that I could have had my hands on. I thought I was safe here, but
This place
they
was-
weren't looking for the papers. They already know how to use the tubes. If that's the case, they must have the head scientist, the research leader of this project, the one whose ear I have in my room.
He wasn't killed?
I got his ear. I never found his body. That nurse right there was just about the only surviving staff member besides the project leader who came here, who wasn't scorched. She came here and was just standing there in the rain looking at the place and sobbing. I snatched her because I thought she could make out what these papers mean. I could use her to start the project again. But she couldn't. She was just a nurse. She was just an assistant. She didn't even have a degree. She was just some hireling by the Purple Woman who financed this entire operation.
With the Purple Woman? Who?
That's what she called her. Some high up from across the town. She said hi to her and she didn't know anything because it was just a Purple Woman. I didn't know anything. Yet she tried to escape from my grip, so I had to. It was Mars.
Mr. Brick takes a huge breath and like, Where's your room? I would like to see the ear.
It's up there, the third floor next to the papers.
Just hits up where the papers are. So he said,
Next room to the papers.
Geist is going to look towards Liam and say, well, I'm going to try to find out as much information as I can, and then we'll see what to do with her from there.
All right, I'll bring these boxes into the Black Cat.
Thank you.
you're over the top. Guys, Liam, did you happen to find an ear?
An ear?
Yes, an ear.
You mean from the woman she killed?
No, this would be from the man who is in charge, I believe.
Oh yeah, she bit it off, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know if we could use it for tracking or demon stuff.
It's definitely a possibility. Thank you, Mr. Brick. We'll keep an eye out for such a thing. I'll be heading to your location now. And they like phases through the wall and just zips right on to the to where they're talking at.
Okay. Down there, basically at the top of the stairwell where Mr. Brick has just brought both tubes outside. She's just standing there.
Oh, he appears right behind her with arms folded.
Hey guys,
Mr. Brick?
this is well. She doesn't have a number. She has a number instead of a name. She goes by 55361, or if you go by Eunice, it was 66321.
655431. Now.
Now he's changed the number.
Now. 655321.
Well, Miss 655321. What is the project that you were working on in here?
I've already explained it twice.
Then explain it a third time.
Guys, she was an experiment. She didn't
I can
actually work on anything.
Yes, I can see that. An
If
unfortunate incident.
on those papers, we can get a new control group and find out how to duplicate Alpha or whatever it is that they were going for eventually. If it wasn't it, because they hadn't concluded the test yet. That couldn't have been the end point. It had to be more.
She also mentioned a purple woman. Do you know any purple women, guys?
No, not off the top of my head.
She thinks that the head scientist might still be alive and that the barbarians have.
Would make sense if they're holding those tank pods.
I don't want any more children getting hurt, guys. If I have to go in there and destroy the entire place, I will.
Perhaps someday we will be, Mr. Brick.
And at that
If we're
point, coming longswords, this is Tanya Vasilievich. The truck is on the move. I repeat, the truck is on the move.
All right.
What should we do, guys?
Load everything up immediately. Get as much stuff as we can. We're taking all of it.
Can the Black Cat carry both the pods, too?
It has enough cargo space for the pods.
When the Black Cat comes down, I'll actually make sure everything fits in and strap it down.
Okay. The cargo pods, you could kind of like a ski box, or strap them to the Black Cat has the strength to lift them. It just doesn't really have the. If you would put them with the boxes into the inside, you would have to basically stay outside or so.
Yeah, I mean, either that or we can. Well, Liam, maybe can you make rope?
Rope, no. Damn it! You found out my only weakness. I can't make rope.
Oh, I'm sorry, Liam. I wouldn't have told everyone. I didn't know.
Gentlemen, we must hurry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brick. Yes, I can, but is rope strong enough? Should we make like cables or something?
I would. Oh, yeah. If you can make cable, that would be much better.
How much you need?
I don't know.
I start making a considerable amount of cable.
Yeah, I assume with the just from yeah, if you make wire rope cable, maybe like 40 feet or whatever will be enough, and then we can Mr. Brick strong enough to crimp it, so it doesn't have to be attached. Units, do the pods have? Like, I'm assuming when they built the building and they put the pods in, they must have had hooks on the top of them or something where they could be brought in by machinery and placed in, or they built.
Yeah,
them.
sure.
All right, then we'll hook up to that, and then tie it off.
Should we
So
not?
you're basically gonna go like airborne with them like hanging like bells, like ding, ding, like beneath it, or.
Oh yeah. Well, no, I'll tie them together so that they don't swing. You know, they'll swing as one as opposed to
Okay.
giant ball bells underneath.
So you're basically gonna go on a mission with those hanging like.
No, we should bring these back first.
Well, with all that in mind, Geist is going to chime in and say, let's forget the pods. We'll come back to get them later, after the mission.
But what if someone takes them?
No one's going to take the pods, Mr. Brick. No one really has any more use for them.
They're broken.
Right? With that, Mr. Brick reaches up and just snaps the cables and drops on the ground. Right?
I just make the cables disappear like.
Now, do we already have all the paperwork? I assume we just got the paperwork all in there, because that shouldn't have been too hard. Okay. Well, with that in mind, Geist looks to the other two. Let's head to the Black Cat and head out.
What
You heard
about
Vasilevich.
the lady here?
She's coming with. Huh?
No, Mr. Brick. I think we've gotten all the useful information that we can out of her. And she's proven herself to be a killer.
When you say that, Mr. Brick steps in front of her. Yeah, but she made a mistake.
Next time you come back, I'll give you the ear.
Very well then. But he walks up to her and leans over and says, if I hear any other rumors, though, that you have done anything else, like abducting children and the like, I will personally deal with you.
Well, that's the plan. There can't be a research without children.
Geist just looks at her and it's a silent scowl that he gives her. Of course, he has his mask on. No one sees this, but he just looks at her and says, "No children, no anyone for that matter. You will stay upon these premises, and you will keep to yourself. Is that understood?"
Are you lying to me? Are you just pulling me along for some... Why? Why no children? Tell me.
This is why. He grabs her by the shoulder and begins phasing her right into the ground and says, yes, yes, I could let go at any moment and you will be dead. That is why I told you no and you will obey this. And then lifts her back up and then unphases her. Is this understood?
She scurries off, just.
I'll take that as a yes. Come on, Mr. Brick, Liam, we have to go.
And as the black cat lifts off and jets away, just that's where we'll finally end this session. And thanks everybody for watching. And again, I forgot to mention it at the start. In the description box, there's a link to our Facebook group. That's an open group where you can post freely, and we'll post stuff there as well. So, yeah. Goodbye.